Alright folks, welcome back. It's a little bit earlier today. We got a full day. Um it is day 14 with WaniKani, right? 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は14日目です。Right. We're gonna start early today. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep the schedule, but it's been nice to be able to see the sun for a little bit during my run. So because WaniKani works on an hour base, like a 4-hour interval basis, looks like we have fewer reviews because we got, so let's see, 15, 17, no, 15, 15 review that will carry over to next day, which really isn't a big deal. This volume is pretty modest. We have other things to do today. Today is a reset day, so I'm gonna try to squeeze in WaniKani and HanziHero before we get to the Neverwinter slot. And then I'm gonna head off and still continue to work on my review. Decide to head to bed early. We're gonna shift our schedule a little bit here. Alright, so let's get right into it. Yesterday, what did I... Oh, I started a notepad on the side on anything that I get stuck on. And this one, I was a little premature on this one, so I wasn't paying attention. All right, let's get right into it. No time like the present. Oh, and we might unlock 5 things today, right? So go hair. Looks like hair. What are we gonna say about this? Hair picture. Right, picture. 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 No boy. Whoops. Kratos. Pass. Mocking. Oops. 5. Picture. Input with all your might. Picture. Mountain exit. Oh, right. Kratos. Picture. Picture. You look of opportunities. Shoot you. Shoots. Shoot. Private. Picture. Saw. 1,000. Slide. 1,000 cross. Pass. Pass. Picture. Oops. Rock. Enroll. Picture. Picture. Ohio. Ohio. Not Ohio. The mnemonic is pretty much the same. Maybe I should shrink that down a little bit. Picture. Oh, was this picture? Yes. Picture. Picture. Fuji-san. Oh, wait. Oh, this is purple. Just kidding. Yams. Oh, almost did it. Kinda. Yes. Picture. Picture. Special. Picture. 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 Shooting cattle. Picture. I guess the cattle thing is picture too. Most of the radicals are picture so far. I think with this. How does this one work? Actually. Day crossing, how the sun crossing over the sky in a day. Alright, sure. Picture. Nietzsche. Cutting down a tree to make book. Two levels of people. X marks the spot. Picture. And that's about it. So no unlocks. Oh. No unlocks because... Oh, that's right. It's later in the day. So I guess tomorrow is going to be a big deal. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a gigantic deal. Alright, so the 5 that were... The 5 here are part of within the next couple of hours. That's okay, tomorrow will be a big day. That also means I might have to do another skip day. Well, you know, short, quick. This is purely review day, so did our mnemonics work? Do our adjustment on the mnemonics work? Yeah, they pretty much still work. So not too bad. What worked really well? New locks on opportunity, Kratos, and Saw was a mistake. It was a hang up. And then obviously we're missing what? Now it went up by 3. 13. It was 15, right? 15 stuff. So which ones did we not go over? Actually, we can cover these really quickly. Then we can move along here. So, let's cover these. Water, dirt, sword, narwhal, street, legs, head, treasure, 1,000, evening, child, small, bow, flag, hair, 5, heaven, hand, hand, writing, moon, stop, leaf, fire, dog, king, middle, book, rice paddy, white, eye, stand, cow, and private. So we did not get water, dirt, sword, narwhal, street, legs, head. Okay. And I don't think we got any of these either. So these are behind as well. Write out what these are supposed to be. Right. So water. Actually, let's go with a different one. So drop circle. Drop circle. Sly barb. Sly barb. Oh, did we get this? Oh, we did get this though. So 6 and rock and roll. Also got this, actually. Sun across sky. Okay, mocking. Got this. I also got this. Mountain exit. And then special repeater. Yep. I think we patched up all the weak spots for the most part. We didn't go over the vocabulary today. Whatever the vocabulary words are cycling right now. I guess there are 13 of them. It might be 6 of them, actually. So looking at this apprentice thing, probably there's 7 radicals missing, 7 kanji. Oh no, actually no, not really. Is this the free version? No, it's not. Whoa. The free version and the paid version is the same for the first 3 levels. So yes, it is the free version and the paid version at the same time. Let's see. That's it. I think that's it for the review. We didn't hit any of the vocabulary. No weak spots. Very quick. Yeah, so what was that? About 50? Yeah, we can easily do 150 to 200 within 30 minutes. Okay. I didn't notice anything pausing. Okay. That's it. That's a wrap for today for WaniKani. Alright. Yeah, so should be probably a record for the shortest session. I didn't bring in, well, I brought a story or two, but we kind of want to keep moving today. We'll put that So do you like WaniKani more than Duolingo? I use both, so neither. I use both. They're different. You can't like something more than something else if it's incredibly different. Apples and oranges. I like my apples with my oranges. All right. Yeah, so if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? So for those who are only interested in WaniKani, feel free to catch the video. I'll be back tomorrow as per usual. So to those peeps, mata ne, right? Ja ne, minasan. And we're gonna switch gears right away. Not too bad. All right, folks. Welcome back again. Today is day 7 with HanziHero. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第7天, right? HanziHero typically has the same. Oh, there way. HanziHero tends to have the same volume because their SRS is slightly different, and their SRS, as you know, compared to WaniKani, is not on a 4-hour rotation. In this case, they're on a 24-hour rotation, and it's always reset at a fixed time. So it resets midnight my time or local time. I don't know if the app normalizes to the person's region, but for me it's at midnight. So it always carries over. It's 10 lessons every day because it's set that way by default. You can always increase it. I kind of like the volume. Usually it takes about 10 hours. I mean 10 hours. 1 hour. Largely because we always have lessons in HanziHero. This looks suspiciously similar to WaniKani. Well, WaniKani and HanziHero are related, so by design they are very similar by UI. Are they made by the same people? No, they are not. However, the developers are without a doubt inspired off WaniKani. This is for Chinese. So the UI and the design is an SRS system using mnemonics. So if you're reading a book like Heisik's Remembering the Kanji, it would be very reminiscent of that as well. These are, when it comes to what is presented, it's usually because these are the functional consequences of displaying and visualizing the GUI. How they approach their mnemonics is very different because they're two different devs. By coincidence, HanziHero actually is also a two-person team. It's two brothers hailed from Tampa, Florida. One is now currently residing. The one that writes most of this stuff is currently residing in Taiwan. And their approach is very different. They're heading towards FSRS design, while WaniKani has no indicator that they're going to head towards that. So Koichi and Viet from WaniKani has a more settled in design because they've been around for over 10 years. And then HanziHero is relatively new. It's less than 3 years old, I'm gonna say, roughly. And they're newer developers, so they're incorporating like lots of flexibilities and whatnot. You can adjust far more things. Is that good or bad? Typically it's a moot point for me. I use defaults and follow whatever the developer's design is because that's more interesting to me. Yeah, and it should look, a lot of the app designs are very similar in layout because they're very efficient. In terms of what's under a hood or what you're paying for basically the human touch, right? the SRS algorithm, they're both actually based probably on the legacy SM2 algorithm from Anki, and then Anki is being developed towards FSRS. Right now it's being tested at FSRS, so it's built still onto SM2 legacy algorithm. However, now they have more flexibility to tune the SRS. So most of your SRS algorithms typically spawn from the same place. So if you're talking about mechanically, it's probably going to be very similar as well. You take the open source and then you modify it on top, right? That's kind of how how people mod and develop source code. So yeah, and also the reason why this may look suspiciously like WaniKani is that WaniKani, and also by investment, WaniKani and HanziHero both made a pledge on their terms of service that there is a Creative Commons proposal. So you are allowed to do this. As long as you make it, you do it, you can take any form of inspiration from their product and then start your own product. This is unlike many other products, and that's largely why I stream and record things from WaniKani and HanziHero, largely because the developers made that pledge on their site in full transparency, that they allow creative content to be produced, even marketed or streamed on commercial platforms. This is not true for things that a lot of people have suggested already. Boom Pro is one of them, and Pleco for Chinese is another. Those are two that do not have a disclosure or an open disclosure that you're allowed to do this. So I mean, I could email them. That's always a thing in the future, but I don't think I'm going to invest in those because they're proprietary. So like and then there are others, obviously, like story apps and whatnot. They're off limits because story apps are published and they have multiple distributions. So you would probably get slapped with a copyright for streaming things on a commercial platform. To summarize all the things. So yeah, you wouldn't be surprised if you see more WaniKani like things, and HanziHero by extension. So both of them, largely because their design is freely accessible. So if you wanted to go out of your way and design an app and say, oh, you could do this better, you can probably take inspiration off of either of these two, right? It's kind of like the Duolingo thing, right? Duolingo is free to stream and whatnot, to like there's lots of availability to stream and whatnot. So if you decide to design a app, you could make it look like Duolingo if you want it, largely because you can see the stuff, right? It's not hidden by proprietary copyright or infringement. That's kind of like how Nintendo will shoot you down if you make something that seemingly looks like Nintendo and smells like Nintendo. In this course, both, but this is set to traditional right now, so this is traditional Chinese. We're doing the traditional Chinese course at the moment, and we're comparing it with all our simplified Chinese knowledge. That is incorrect. From my experience, simplified is easier because I also write Hanzi, and you write with higher frequency in Chinese than in Japanese. So Japanese do have some simplified terms, Japanese simplified characters. However, the Chinese characters are traditional. However, they do not use it as frequently as traditional Chinese. So when you're writing, it slows you down a lot. And a large majority of my study is physically writing the characters. So, however, I do both. So regardless of whether it's easier or harder, I do both. It's irrelevant. Things that are hard or easier doesn't matter, because for me personally, it doesn't matter because I'm choosing to do it. So it's irrelevant if it's easy or hard. The hardest things in life and the hardest things that one will do is all the things they choose not to do. So it's irrelevant if it's easy or hard. It is currently set to traditional though, because I want to compare and contrast with simplified characters. We encountered a few of them already. Yeah. I want to get ahead of it because it's actually a question that gets asked a lot. Are things easier? Are things harder? Which one's better? Which one's worse? My answer typically is I'm using them, so I like all of the things that I use most of the time. I don't make decisions based on things I don't like. And also, it's regardless if it's hard or easy, I'm choosing to do it. So we're gonna be able to do it anyways. That's kind of the idea. What dialect am I learning first? It's whatever my southeast dialect is. I'm not sure if they're teaching Beijing or not. Like these voices are generated, and I don't know it based on what they're generated on. They sound like what I think Chinese sounds like, at least for generated voices. Duolingo also had generated voices, and those generated voices were okay. Also, and when you're talking about dialects, a lot of times people will ask this question too, or make this comment a lot where it's like, oh, it's a shame it sounds so robotic. I'm like, that's irrelevant to me as well. Generally speaking, whatever you sound like, I speak English, so everyone has an accent in English. So if it's a robot English voice, that's fine too. And in Chinese, I feel the same. And Japanese actually. So whoever I end up talking to, you normalize to it, kind of like handwriting too. When someone reads a handwriting, it'll take time to adjust to them, but generally speaking, with enough practice and baseline foundation and listening to a lot of different things, it's usually fine. The reason why I'm saying this is because it's hard for me to distinguish Chinese dialects, since in my life most people have different dialects around me, so you have different accents and whatnot. Am I good enough to notice them? Not really. It's also like I don't really process noticing English accents that well as well. They would have to be like really, really far apart in order for me to understand what dialect it is. Largely is when I hear things, I hear them, and if they make sense, they make sense. I don't think I've encountered a situation where I'm like, I don't understand you because your dialect. And I want to be clear here. In Chinese dialect, the dialect is nearly unintelligible to each other. If you're talking about Japanese, from a Japanese perspective, the dialect might have different like vocabulary choices and possibly like pitch accent differences, but I think it's softer than Chinese dialect. Like if I start saying things like 我只能講話係晒胡椒話，喂媽咪佢爸爸係胡椒人，你胡椒人你講話佢普通人講話咩對，你咩聽清楚講什麼嗎？你普通話佢胡椒話車右，聲音佢I don't know what tonality is really, really far apart. So when you're talking about like dialects of Chinese, they are unintelligible to each other most of the time. So I don't know about like the difference. Sometimes there are videos about the difference between like Northern Mandarin, Southern Mandarin, and also Malaysian Mandarin, right? Chinese, and then Taiwanese. There's differences in those, but they're kind of largely intelligible to each other, and I can't really differentiate between them. But yeah, excellent question. Most people teach a default like one dialect, of Chinese, and that's standard Mandarin, based on the sound. There are word choices, like if you compare like Kanto, in the Japanese side of things, like Kanto and Kansai dialects, there will be very specific cue words that give away which dialect that is of Mandarin. And Chern, he's Malaysian, gave me a video or linked a video that showed some of the different terms that Malaysian Chinese use over like Taiwan, for example. It was interesting. I didn't really know that for sure. There are definitely tonal differences, and I have a habit of pronouncing specific words that I already noticed tonally by default, because the Fujianese dialect wouldn't use that specific tone. And also, the dialect I speak with my parents have 3 additional tones on top of the standard 5 tones that standard Mandarin has. So Fujianese has 8 tones as opposed to the standard 5. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's a quick summary.
日子
All right. So 日子, 日子, so now we're doing Robin Hood. So Robin Hood inside the house's bathroom, shooting arrows at the sun to try to steal the sun. And what's the child's name? Zelda. Wait, no, not Zelda. Oh, this is a silent child. So we have a silent child here. And then the child originally was Zelda locked in the basement by Ganon until she's not a child anymore. But because this is it's a silent child, right? Do you remember that 日子, the one day where you saw a strangely silent child? What a strange 日子. Okay, that's fine. That works. Here are some examples. See if you can spot the word. 今天是 Is that still good? Oh no, 很好日子.
今天是个好日子
Oh, 是个, yeah, so that's still good. I didn't know if they end up having a double read on that. But that makes sense. That's fine. 今天是个好日子. 日子 ask quickly, so is that 过? It's probably 过. 日子过得很快.
日子过得很快
Yeah, 日子过得很快. So that's 过. This would be simplified. This is the only simplified character I see, and this is a simplified character. The difference between traditional. These are traditional characters for 2 simplified characters, here and here. Common, this is simplified too. Common the can't read those. 日子开始了.
他们的幸福日子开始了
幸福 I actually don't know that. 幸福 so begun. I mean, not begun. This is begun. Happy days. 幸福
他们的幸福日子开始了
幸福 I don't recognize this thing. What is this like? Fu, I do recognize. Fu. So these are traditional. This is traditional, and this is traditional. All right. Let's do. So we have. Silent Child. Oops. Oh, I typoed.
日
I meant
子
to hit 5. Guess we just stay. All right. That weird day when we saw a silent child.
不用
不用. Okay. 不用. Ooh, it's Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny in the bathroom putting up a no sign to avoid any danger. To have no danger while taking a bath. And then Yong. Yong is what was the character we used for Y? The heck was Y? It's not. Is it still Yoshi? No, I don't think we're. Oh wait, yeah, we are using Yoshi. So Yoshi is in the bathroom, the temple's bathroom, trying to use a rack, but Yoshi doesn't have any clothing, so he just placed a half spotted eggshell on the rack, right? To utilize. Now it's the mnemonic. There's no utility in worrying. You need not worry any further. Interesting. Alright. Need not. I can get behind that. No utility. Need not. Although no utility kind of also screams something else. Like it's not useful. No utility. Well, you can also write it's not useful to worry any further. That still actually works. Alright. Example. 你不用 is that da? It's die. It's probably die something sa. What? Sa.
你不用带雨伞
You sang. Oh, that's sang. Whoops.
你不用带雨伞
San. San. Yeah. What's
你不用带雨伞
you? Oh, that's you. Oh, okay. You sang. So rain umbrella. So that's what you looks like. So this is traditional. These two are traditional. The rest are fine. Okay. 你不用信心. 你不用信心. That's traditional right there.
你不用担心
Oh, 担心. Oh, that's 担. Oh. Wow. Okay. This. Okay. Man. All right. That's done. Okay. 这个 no. Or yes. No, wait. Yes. 这个 task. Don't know what that right one is. Do not quite sure. 不用画很多事情。
这个任务不用花很多时间
OK 时间。
这个任务不用花很多时间
任务 That's woo. Not any woo I'm familiar with at the moment.
这个任务不用花很多时间
不用花很多时间。Oh, 时间 looks a lot better this way. Phrygian, but the other one was and then that one got changed to okay. All right. That's a little rough. So tradition actually I'm not sure about this one. Traditional, and then these two are traditional. Okay, so Bugs Bunny.
不用，
不用. Let's see. Not needed? No need? Need not? Oh man. Need not. We're gonna end up doing a lot of variances of need not.
用人，
Oh. 用人. To delegate? 用人. So for Ren is Robin Hood in the infirmary. Robin Hood in the infirmary stealing things from people to give to other people. Delegate is to utilize a person to do some task. To delegate. Oh yeah. Yeah. And self-explanatory. Yeah, to delegate. Our director knows how to delegate. Huh? I don't know. Woman something oh 让 something 让 助让 I don't know. 助让很 is that 冲? No. 用人 knows how to delegate. I don't know what this character is. 会 maybe.
我们主任很会用人，
Oh, that's Hui. Okay. It looks like Hui. Wow, Hui got really simplified.
我们主任很会用人，
Okay, 主任
我们主任很会用人，我们主任很会用人，
Oh, that's 人 too. No, wait.
我们主任很会用人，
主任 Okay, so 人主任很会用人很会主任 for director 主任 What could that be? Never. 他 is 重来 Oh, that's probably 重 Oh, I see the 重 There's the 重 up there. 他从来不用人 So that's what 重 looks like.
他从来不用人，
他从来不用人他需要 Okay, 需要 slightly different. 他需要到的 or no, I don't know. Quite something okay the something the I have a different way of saying this, but let's
他需要懂得如何用人，
如
他需要懂得如何用人，
如何 Okay, 如何用人懂得
他需要懂得如何用人，
懂得
他需要懂得如何用人，
如何 and 懂得如何用人懂得 no 如何懂得如何用人 Where's the other way? 懂得 I'm not familiar with those terms either. Alright. In the future. Future stuff.
用人
Or delegate.
日日
Okay. Robin Hood shooting at the sun a bunch of times. One day after another day, just another way of saying daily. Ah, okay. Day after day, daily. I would have went with I would have accepted day after day as the mnemonic. Okay. 日日工作. Okay. 日日做 no 做饭日日对 is that 对 no way 喂 no 对家人no it's a different thing it's a different thing 家人做饭
他日日为家人做饭
way oh that is way okay I was gonna say it looks too different from dui, but it could be way, like for the family. I'm using the translation obviously to figure out these things too. So, way. Oh my gosh.
他日日为家人做饭
为家人做饭 Dang, that is so different. You can still see it though. Like there's a stroke, right? And then they put like one stroke in the middle as opposed to all of this stuff in here. Dang. 我们日日跑步 No, not 跑步 we make progress daily. Oh no. No. Something.
我们日日进步
进步 really one thing. No, I don't think that changed at all. I just don't know the vocabulary. Yeah, no, that didn't change at all. I think these are fine except for this one. Okay. Whoops. The heck? Oh, whoops.
日日
Okay.
女
All right. New. Right. New. Oh, we got a new one. Napoleon Bonaparte. Are you serious? We suddenly went into... Have we had another historical figure yet? No, we haven't. This is our first one. Now I'm expecting like Abraham Lincoln or something all of a sudden. Napoleon Bonaparte. Jeez. New, no. It's kind of... It's close enough. I guess new doesn't really... they're gonna... Kevin's gonna say, there's no English equivalent. And that's probably gonna happen.
女
The new sound in Pinyin has no English equivalent. Again, beg to differ, but it's more like accents than traditional English phonetics, but more like accents. The new sound in Pinyin has no English equivalent. To pronounce the new part of it, make the English E sound and slowly roll your lips. That's pretty good. That's pretty good if that description, if people know what rolling your lips mean, like they're saying Kevin's saying ew, right? You roll your lips together. Ew. So ew, right? Ew. The tongue should remain tense. Kind of. My tongue is fairly loose, but like it's not like flapping around. You keep it still. Afterwards, simply add a N to it. Yeah. So, new, right? New, right? For ease of typing, this initial is usually written as NV, where V represents the letter Oh, okay. I see. So V for new and U, right? Oh no, but how would they represent? Okay, but there are two U sounds, right? There's U and Y, Y and U. So they just switch it to V. Interesting. As opposed to like using G, like NG. We encourage you to write it in this simpler manner when doing reviews. I don't even know how to enter this, like on a shortcut. I don't know what the shortcut is on an English keyboard. Association. We chose Napoleon Bonaparte to represent initial as they both begin with N. Alright, fair enough. That's gonna be a one to get used to. What the heck? Yeah. Yeah.
虐
I don't think I've used that syllable at all. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where nye goes. Interesting. Okay. So what was it? NV?
như,
Okay. That's gonna take a time to get used to. Okay. The stroke sticking out of the top represents a head. Right. And then the ones each side represents arms. Yep. And then bottom two legs. Yep. And then the bulge beneath the left arm represents the bosom or breast, all of which in turn represents a single woman. That's one way to look at it. It is somewhat similar to the women's bathroom symbol. Oh, is it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's actually pretty good. I didn't even consider that. It is okay, except a bit more crooked with a bosom instead of a skirt to represent the gender. All right, fair enough. What do we have? You, oh, to be like. Wait, what was this again? Oh yeah, roll. Rule. Wonderful. Meow. Okay. All right. So it's a component, so we only need to know the mnemonic.
女
And then now this is the character. So what is Napoleon going to do in the basement of a house with a woman? Napoleon Bonaparte is locked in the basement of the house as punishment for all the wars he waged. He is dressed up as a woman and is trying to escape by crawling out the window. Napoleon that isn't manly at all. Okay, well. All right. I suppose that paints a very vivid picture. Boy howdy. All right. All right. What a wild example. Okay, 女人 子女 Really? The heck? What the heck? Alright, that's something special. The R. Yeah, the R is really special there. Su. Shu. 女树. Okay. Hmm. Wait. Pronunciation. So how do I do this? NV basement.
女
Okay. All right. Okay.
佣人 女
日子。
日子
日子。用。
不用 女 日日
All right. More lessons. All right. So we have our second set of lessons here. West. She. Okay. She. We have cowboy. Oh, that's what that looks like? Oh man, I didn't even make the connection with the radical, this radical with that. Dang. Oh, really? Alright. So we have Xena, right? Xena in the house. Xena in front of the house. Doing what? With a cowboy. The heck? Alright, so this is called the cowboy. Oh, I can kind of see it. It's a picture. It's a guy with a hat. This component almost looks like a logo for a brand that would be burnt into a Oh. Oh. Oh, interesting. But we can take it to represent a cowboy. Who would do that branding? In its expanded form, it looks like... Oh, see, interesting. I don't think that mnemonic helps very much. A cowboy burned into cowboy brand? I mean, I can kind of see it. Sort of. That one is, you know, I could picture it more of a... Okay, I'm gonna picture it more of a cow with a hat on it. She... Yao. Yeah, Yao. So that's what that is. What the heck is waste? Yao. Yao. Float. Piao. Really? Piao and Piao. Wow, okay. I could kind of see a combination balance here from the cowboy radical. Alright.
C
Okay, she has the cowboy. Okay. So what is Xena doing? Xena is in front of the house where she is participating in a Wild West reenactment. Alright, sure. Next to her is a cowboy, and she herself wears her usual garb of warrior princess attire. They pretend to ride horses and run towards the west as Xena and the cowboy yells Yahoo. You could kind of see her fitting in. I think she's rode horses before in the show, right? Interesting. A cowboy reenactment. Wild West reenactment. Alright. Is that Dong? No. Wait. Oh, that is Dong. Oh. Dongxi. Xibei. Xi. Shi. Shi. Southwest. Xi. What is it? Mian? Nan. Oh yeah, Nan. Jinan. Jinan. Suit. No idea. Oh, whoa. Oh, okay. The top left radical is adjusted. I see. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. So the top left radical is adjusted. See. Juan? So hard to read because of the little like diagonal stuff. It's so hard to see the tone marker. Alright. Xena in front of the house in a Wild West reenactment. Nailed it. You got some good news? Oh yeah? What's the good news, Sub-Zero? What do you got? You've made a decision on your elective. Is that the good news? If it's not, I'm disappointed. You remember that project that you made me miserable last semester? Yeah, go on. Group project, yes, go on.
Call.
Oh, we got the mouth, it's a pass. Kermit the Frog! Alright, so we got Kermit the Frog in the basement of the bakery. Oh no. Does Kermit the Frog find a severed hand as well? We'll see.
K.
Okay, K for Kermit the Frog. Okay. Got it. The name Kermit also begins with K, so we choose him to represent. Kermit is a fictional talking frog from the American children's show Sesame Street. Alright. All. Kong. To overcome. How is this called? A hole. Well, we got a D on the project, no surprise, but I managed to clutch an A on the individual, which brings it up to a B at least. Nice. Wow, a D. It was that bad, huh? You weren't exaggerating. Nice. You know what they say about B's? B's get degrees. You know what's funny about that saying, Sub-Zero? The insert letter grade and get degrees. It's funny because B, C, and D are all near rhymes with degree. So you could say it for all the middle letters. You know, when they say C's get degrees, like, so does B's. So does D's. B's get degrees, C gets degrees, D gets degrees. They are all near rhymes. A's don't get degrees, I know, right? What would be the rhyme for A's? And F's totally don't get degrees, but hey, how would you do a rhyme with that? Oh, A's get paid? Ooh. that might be a little that might be a little trigger. That might be a trigger saying we better not say that. A's get paid. Oh no, I think I might have just started internet fire war with that one. Anyways. Good job. Good job on your individual exam. So that round up in your favor, actually. So your professor rounded up to a B. Because the midpoint would be between a B and a C, so they rounded up to an A as opposed to rounded down to a B. Rounded down to a C, which is nice. Oh, because the individual counted for more. Ah, I see. And that shifts it up to B. That makes sense. Yeah, that 20% shift on the letter grade. So it didn't end up in between a B and a C. Nice. Well, there you go. Oh, wow. It's only worth 30%, and yet, the oh, good enough. Good enough. Good job. Good job on acing the individual exam. Yeah. Do you guys convert the numerical into a letter grade, or do you just give letter grades and then maybe convert them to point system or something? Is it the point is it like quantized letter grades into a point system, or do you get a raw number and then assign them like a percentage and then assign them a letter grade afterward? So Kermit,
科
a square mouth, gapped. I don't even know what this word is. A gapped? A gap? Agape? I'm kidding. It's not agape, but a gapped? Wide open? A gapped? It's oh man, it's so weird. A square mouth, a gapped? Wait, let me hear.
Agape.
A gape. Oh, a gape. Of course it would be the one time I don't use the American A. Agaped or gaped in awe or confusion, or maybe it's sighing. But one thing is for sure is definitely a mouth. I think when mixing them, they calculate with each individual point score. Ah, okay. So what do we have? C. Call me. Wu. Interesting. Wu. Chang. Chang. Sorry, Chang. Wrong tongue. Chang, to ridicule. Oh, wow. Okay. So you still okay. Tall. Interesting. I didn't know that. Let's see. We're doing mouth. This is a component.
考
Call, and then call has call in it. All right, Kermit the Frog. Okay, so what is Kermit the Frog doing in the basement of the bakery again? Is he scarfing down egg tarts? Kermit the Frog is chilling in the basement of the bakery, his mouth covered with flour that he has been trying to eat. Oh, come on. Of course, he is a puppet, so each handful of flour he sticks in his mouth just hits it and falls right out of it. Alright, falls right back out. Alright. I'm not sure if it's automated or if the prof is involved with assessing the final grade after both have been graded. Oh, okay. Oh, automated process. I haven't even considered that perspective. Yeah, like they enter and then it's automated. That is a distinct possibility to consider. What is 人口? What does 人口 mean? 人口. Oh, 人口, 人口. 人口, 口, 口. 香口. 口水. Oh, 口水. I had no idea. It's a lot. That makes so much sense. Mouth juice. Mouth water. There is a word for juice, but mouth water. 口水. 进口. 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 And then 口道口味. Oh yeah, 口味. Because 味道口味. Okay. I see. Man. I love how little Chinese is. You gotta love it. Like this is mountain mouth. So it's the mountain pass. It's the opening in the mountain. So 香口. the opening in the mountain is the mountain mouth, the mountain pass. Great. And then this well, wei is in wei dao as in the flavor, or like a flavor. So if you have mouth flavor, it's the taste. Yeah, that's pretty good. Jingkou is pretty good too. Basically, it's oh no, that's kind of harder. I was gonna be more like, oh, it's to, so it's close, something in close proximity, so you're bringing into something. So like the mouth could be a portal, right? It could be a gate, right? A portal. So it's bringing within the mouth, like bringing to the mouth, close to the mouth. So you're bringing into, as in importing, as opposed to exporting. So you could put like, maybe, if I had to guess, you could replace call with something, or like jing with something that deals with bar. So like way call or something, like outside call, and it will look like a box that's going away, and then that would be export. I don't know. I'm guessing. This, you kind of have fun with these type of things, you know. Perhaps this type of stuff makes it easier for kids to pick up the language. I hope so. I hope so, because I would love to see more people interested in this stuff. No? Why does this keep saying -1? Number of lessons left. Oh, -1. What the? That must be a lower limit indicator. -1. As in there aren't any more lessons. Like it's a -1. Like, how do you have -1 lessons left? Oh, I know what happened. Because oh, I know the programming. I know why there's a -1. Because they interject, the order of operations is different. Occasionally you'll have an extra element that gets sieved in there. So there was actually one lesson from the base lesson, and you end up getting -1. That kind of, it's hard to describe, but maybe I'll see it in the future and I'll demonstrate. But basically, retroactively, there were a specific number of lessons. However, they might have had to insert another lesson in the order. So when the default number was already in there, but when they inserted the extra lesson, it counted. So it counted backwards one more time. So it became -1, which you can see it as you're going. These boxes down here, there are some boxes that get inserted into it. So it wasn't already projected to have a certain number of lessons. So then it might have subtracted from the base number again, which creates a -1. That makes sense. It's a common oversight. Like I've done that before, where you have a counter and you set the number of like your counter up with a base number, and you realize that, oh yeah, you have to go back and add something, and then suddenly all your numbers start counting to the opposite side. Hello there, Chibi. Hello there. All right. So anyways, this one's a lot of fun, Sub-Zero. So, oh, by the way, I lied. I was reading the forums, right? I read the forums every day, by the way. Now I read WaniKani's forum and HanziHero forum every day, to like keep up on stuff. There is a mobile app. They are working on. They do upkeep a mobile app, Sub-Zero. Unlike WaniKani, which doesn't have an official mobile app support, but there are like third-party apps based on its design, because WaniKani has that clause. This actually has an officially supported app. So Kevin upkeeps the app as well. So that's crazy that Kevin and Phil is doing both. App management is requires a lot of resources. So kudos to them Reminds me of when you set a parameter n equals 32, but the counter starts at 0, so you gotta do an n minus 1. Yes. Oh yeah, it could be an n minus 1 thing too, actually. It might actually be an n minus 1 thing as well. So we don't know. That's a very good point because of starting at 0. Oh, you're right. That might be a consideration. And I don't know which direction it went. Actually, you could produce a -1 by forgetting or adding that, depending on how they offset it. That's a good point. Ah, you just gotta love these coding ruminations, huh? I would point this out to Kevin, but that's fine. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. I don't usually bother devs about these things, but it's pretty funny. Yes, it's been a long time, Chibi. How have you been? What have you been doing? How was your vacation? I hope you had a vacation. You know, it's been several holidays, potential holidays, depending on where you are and stuff, since the last time we spoke. Let's see. So, what do we have? Kermit the Frog in the basement of the bakery.
Call.
I really like the mnemonic structure that they're doing. It feels like a puzzle game. I was talking about this yesterday. The way they construct the mnemonics, in this, it's very, for lack of a better word, I don't know what their heritage is, like Kevin and Phil, but it's very Chinese. It's so appropriately or ironically Chinese, yeah, or coincidentally Chinese, where the building blocks are funny. So I deliberately like to use the mnemonic because they're building blocks, and as opposed to the mnemonics themselves are building blocks, which is very different from WaniKani. WaniKani is predicated on complexities, like strictly complexity, and it's eccentricity. The memory technique they use, they lean on eccentricity. So the more elaborate or exotic it is to create like that feeling and an emotional impact, which is a very useful technique. Of course, you can make building blocks, but building blocks can adulterate its eccentricity. So like if you keep making it into a structured thing, it becomes less eccentric, right? So it's a different take on building your mnemonics. Your real vacation was last year to Japan. Nice. How was it? Wait, did we talk about this already? I don't think we talked about this. Yeah, Japanese vacation. Wait, was it between the last time we talked and now? This is a pass. Okay. Cowboy? Do you see the cowboy? Sub-Zero? Do you see the cowboy in this component? It's a tough one. I didn't get... You can't remember, but it was April? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not sure either. Oh, that was a while ago. So, what have you been up to then? Outside of your vacation? Unless you want to talk about your vacation. Maybe some of the details I might remember. No. Xena in front. Xena outside the house doing a Wild West reenactment.
C. K.
Did you just say K? Oh, K for Kermit. Yeah, they pronounce it after then. They don't pronounce it in the beginning. Before. Just kidding. You worked and more work to earn monies to go on more vacations. That sounds solid. Do you have a break in the winter time from the work, or do you just keep working through the entire time? I can empathize with that. when I was a little bit younger. Work and work and work. Although I suppose this would qualify as work, work, work as well at the moment. Here is summer 24/7, so no winter. Oh no, I wasn't talking about the seasons. Like, I think you're taking it a little too literal. Maybe rainstorms and floods. That's fair, but I think you're taking it too literally. I'm talking about like the time frame. Like you know, the last couple months. What have you been up to the last couple months? We're talking about Q1. Okay, we'll use numbers instead. What have you been doing in Q4? We'll make it sound like business. We'll make it sound like business. What was your Q4 activity like? You're taking it a little too literally. I'm not talking about like literal winter and literal summer. Q4. Since you already said Q2 was Japan. You went to a theme park and then fell sick. Oh. Well, what was a theme park like? A theme park, huh? I haven't been to a theme park in a couple years now, I think. Kermit the Frog in the basement of the bakery.
Call.
Throwing flour into his mouth. Nice. Now we got our 21 review, so let's go and do that. Like rides and stuff? What was the theme of the park? You got on a ride which makes the rider go up and down and 360 all around? Okay. And then you fell sick? Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, that's interesting. Do you get motion sickness? 360 and then you fell sick. I'm sorry to hear about that. Hopefully you were off the ride before you fell sick. Was this your first time? Oh, just feverish? Okay. Was this the first time you've gone to a theme park, or do you usually go to theme park? Your body said no. Is this the first time? Sorry to hear that. Work. Oh. Component. Oh, crossbeam. Okay. Yoshi.
一
不行.
"不行
What did they want for this? I'm gonna write not okay, but they want something else? Oh no, they didn't want something. Oh, can't do. That's right. Can't do is what they want. I should write that. I keep writing not okay, but okay. So they're looking for can't do. Oosh. I'll write a note and then we'll review at the end. It means cannot. 不行. No. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. But it can mean cannot. There are other things that can mean cannot as well. In terms of English, it's a English synonym thing. It's silent child. So we have to do silent child. Oh, I mistyped. I meant to type 1. Our kid? Yeah, we're doing Mandarin right now. This is Mandarin. Yeah, car kid. 车子. But you can just say 车 most of the time. I don't know why they want the, but maybe they're teaching It's from, maybe they're teaching from
诗
a specific point of view, but I don't usually use the with te. 行人
行人
how'd they go with it? Oh yeah, that's right, pedestrian. It sounds like kidnapping. Car kid. True. Silent kid. 车子
车子
weird looking hand. Rufus 5. What did they go with here? Oh, this is the character. That's fine.
一 的
Pawn shop. Pawn shop was on.
安
Gandalf is G.
歌
I don't know, so GG. I know all of this stuff already. We're using this to catch up with like their mnemonics. So whenever you're like you're answering questions that I'm not asking. So when I say what is this, I'm talking about their mnemonics. I'm not talking about the meaning of the character. What did they use for this? It was Gandalf. Gandalf in front of the temple. Gandalf in front of the temple watching monks carry crossbeams while doing work on the temple. Yes.
Gong.
Work. This is E final. This is O.
O.
This is N.
N.
N. What they use for this? S. Who is S? Again, that's not. Again, Chibi. You have to understand. It's. I know what it is. That's not okay. I'm gonna reiterate. It has nothing to do with what it is, but we're talking about the mnemonic here. Like you really have to be paying attention. It's actually very very concerning how they're repeating the same thing. Let's see. Who was used for S? SH? Who's SH? Oh, Shrek. Right. So Shrek in front of the pawn shop, creating a mountain of mud.
Shan.
Dracula in the bathroom of the auditorium with a big blood stain on his tuxedo.
大
Shrek in the basement of the bakery and discovering a severed hand that leaped at him.
Shou
Yeah, severed hand. All right, that's all our review, and that's it for this segment. And it took exactly another, in fact, about an hour. Yeah, so it's about an hour every day on HanziHero, largely because of their SRS, how their SRS works. And then let's do our review, do our writing portion here. It's about an hour and a half, hour to hour and a half each day. Very consistent. Okay, so that was from yesterday. All right, so we have the new is, so we need a special note, right? Also using V and Napoleon. The heck was K stand? Oh, Kermit. Okay, cowboy. Mouth agape. Mouth agape. This is a picture. A picture. How did they go about connecting these two? I think this is a pass. So we do pass. Oh no, wait. We don't do a pass. We won't do a pass in a bit. Actually, we're gonna use the standard pinging notation for this portion. All right. So, and then let's do these as well. I made an error on this one. Silent child. Yongren. Rizzi. Wu Yong. Okay. All right, so let's produce this. So we have Napoleon basement. Or yes, Napoleon basement. Oh, this one was wild. Napoleon basement. Basement of house. Basement of house. He's locked in the basement, dressed up like a woman. No, let's just not think about it too hard. As punishment. for his war crimes. Okay, we have Xena. In front of the house. Oops. In front of the house, reenacting a Wild West reenactment with a cowboy. And then we have Kermit in the basement of the bakery. Trying to feed flour into his mouth. It just falls out. There we go. What else can we do to elaborate on this section? Something we always have to remember. It's a silent child. Actually, probably easier. Silent child in car, that makes sense. That's fine. So silent child sitting in a car. We're gonna say put people to use sun across sky. Oh wait, that doesn't, wait, how does this work? What was the mnemonic for this? A silent child? Oh, weird day encountering silent child. Day after day to day is daily, and no use, so no need, a need not. Okay. Yep, that's about it. And I had a typo on this one. I typed 4 instead of 1. Okie dokie. Well, that's it for HanziHero. And then we're gonna switch to our third thing. Yeah, today we have some extra things to do, so we're kind of swapping up the schedule, Jiao. Yeah, I have to get a little bit earlier. Usually I start around now, actually. I usually start around now. Until we started drifting like 2 to 3 hours later and later. So there we are. Not too bad. Pretty quick. So it seems like now HanziHero is pretty much the consistent horse. So it's kind of ironic that a person that right now is complaining about HanziHero's consistency over WaniKani's stagger stacking, and then WaniKani is stagger stacking, but then that thing feels kind of dynamic. Your spring semester starts. Nice. What do you have on your spring semester, Joe? All right, so let's wrap this up. There you have it. I'll be back tomorrow with HanziHero, right? So for those who are interested in Chinese only, Mandarin only, and HanziHero, this is a very consistent experience. I can see the review ticking up. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? Until next time, to those peeps, 下次, right? 下次见, right? I'm gonna be switching gears again, so I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit this time. I'm gonna take a little bit of a stretch. It's already been close to 2 hours, and then I'm gonna switch gears one last time. Just finished first deep learning class. Ooh, deep learning. Gonna have to pick your brain about CS at some time. All right, so I'll be back in a bit. All right, folks. Welcome back. It is reset day, so Monday once again. 9th week. 1 week left. Generally speaking, again, as a recap, the modules tend to be anything after week 4. For myself, week 5 is largely routine. So we're just chilling, doing our weekly hauls to complete the campaign. I brought a couple of stories here and there, right, in my back pocket, my figurative back pocket to talk about. We'll break them out perhaps sometime during the stream. Once again, emphasizing that I typically do these things most of the time in between modules. I play Neverwinter on a daily basis. However, it's more for a meditative thing. So call it your cup of coffee or your pleasure, your guilty pleasure rerun show kind of deal. I'd spend about 30 minutes to 45 minutes each day, just chilling, thinking about stuff, probably listening to an anime in the background or watching an anime simultaneously doing this. So that's pretty much how I what Neverwinter feels most of the time outside of your occasional module. So this is week 9, one more week left, and then we're off to whatever the next module is. I also think there is a chance a new lockbox was introduced. It might be this Tuesday. So next week, we'll open some lockboxes, I suppose. I saw the promo video, like the promo like post for the lockbox, right? You kind of expect on average 2 lockboxes per module, and it seems like the second lockbox this time around is a little bit later than usual in the cycle. Not too bad. So let's hop right in, do our weeklies. I think weeklies this week. Do we have hijinks? Oh, we do have hijinks. So basically, we have hijinks, which is the daily activity weekly. So all we need to do is get our historian weeklies, do those, crush those out, and then that's it. Then we see if we can pick up a dungeon run. Any dungeon run at this point. Greg Sanctum is not a very popular one. Although, let's see if we get lucky. Some brave souls out there, possibly. Other than that, I'm really strapped for time in the next week. So I have decided when I'm going to do the Japanese and Chinese review, like Duolingo review. So it's right after the last day. So after our final above, right? Above, so below stream, the following day we're probably going to do those reviews. So I got to prepare. I'm kind of behind, slacking off. Kind of reminds me of the younger days. Younger days, slacking off. Not necessarily procrastinating. I plan to do 8 a day when I'm reviewing, practicing like writing and whatnot, and I ended up doing 4. That type of slacking. Still did the task, but the task was like not full commitment. I went to bed early instead, actually. So the time I liberated from going to bed early is the time I'm going to use today to get more writing done. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, we actually have to wait. Wait, can I still do this? Oh yeah, I can. Just kidding, I can't. I just have to wait for the timer. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Been a while since I accidentally hit the escape button instead of 1. That was weird. Okay. That's 1 down. 3 more to go. Have at least 6 to like 8 hours of writing this evening. Gotta do it. Gotta put in the time. All right. Here we are. Okay. Run along these stairs. Hop down here. Hit the lever. The lever. Hit every possible trap along the way. Okay. Oh, no. The new lockbox is here. Okay. So we had the new lockbox today, actually. It was last Thursday. So we can open whatever lockboxes we pick up today. Fun times. We're gonna do some gachaing. Can you please? Yeah, I just picked one up. It's updated. So fun times. Please stop yelling. Thank you. Ugh, of course. All right. 2 down. 2 more. Technically, 2 down, 10 more. 10 more to go. Almost fell off. Alright. Hey. Hey. 3 down. Three down, 9 more to go. All right. I saw one of the mobs run off the hill. Or the cliff. Run off the cliff. All right. One character down. Now run back to. Run back to the crow's rest. And get stuck in the environment. Alright. Oh, did we actually do heroic encounters last time? Oh, no. That's fine. Okay. There's our 100, right? Let's double check. There you have it. Next character, next character. Say what? Oh, 10 seconds. I only collected one box. That's all we need though. One box. One box mythic mount. Easy. Right? Aren't doing a lot of repeatables or dailies today, so probably gonna end up collecting maybe 2 boxes or 3 boxes between the 3 of them. We'll see. Sometimes lucky. Sometimes lucky. Wait, where's this going? Oh. Nothing like a dude body blocking the quest giver. Alright. Of course. It wasn't really that bad. Oh, the checkpoint. Okay. Hello? Whoa. Lag. That invisible corner. Run, run, run. Okay. Okay. Oh, we picked up another box. Box number 2. In case we don't get it on the second, on the first draw, you know. The second one, it'll definitely be on the second key. Okay. One down. 7 to go. Okay. Here we go. Oh, come on. All right. Okay. Nothing like a little bit of rubber banding. So much rubber banding. You hit like nearly a full second after the animation executes. You kind of like rub into place. A lot of fuzzy character model moving. All right. What is that? 6 more? 6 more to go. Okay. All right. Five more to go. Oops. Making good time, making good time. I'll definitely be able to squeeze in at least our randoms. We'll do our random queues first before considering idling and waiting for any takers for dungeon runs. Free up some time in my evening schedule I'll be using for studying. Okay. All right. Last tune. Last tune. Vitokuli. Last but not least. Wait, did this guy... Oh, wait. Did this guy do the heroic encounters? Oh no. Okay, so this guy is a little bit longer. Okay. Kind of annoying. Alright, so I guess we'll do heroic encounters on this guy. Take a little bit longer. PvP, looking for 3 last day, don't miss it. PvP. Yeah, I know. Where's the bridge? The bridge didn't even load in yet and we were running across it. Alright. 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 One down, 3 to go. Oh, and well, not really 3 to go. Let's do the heroic encounters. Womp womp. Okay. 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 2 down, 2 to go. That works. Mm-hmm. How did that miss that guy? How? I mean, it's a height line of sight thing, but the answer is why. I need an answer to why. Why was that? Why was that a thing? Okay. Hello again. Promise. Last time for the week. One more. Plus heroics. Oh, yeah. Still plus heroics. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. Okie dokie. Now we gotta find ourselves the heroic while we run back to base. Looks like 3. 3. Bunch of people talking about lag. I might actually just do 4 repeatables. Do Fang. Yep, 2 works. Let's do this. Where's 2 going? 2 Fang. I doubt we're gonna get there in time. Maybe. Oh. Well. People doing callouts. Oh ho ho ho. Yikes. Rubber banding like crazy. May I please interact with the Hey. Oh. Yikes. Ugh. Those guppies, though. Okay. Two. This seems okay. Let me interact with you. Okay. Sneaky, sneaky. Okay. makes me start to wonder who was attacking that guy. All right, where are we going? All right. Can't see. Since it's 2. Oh, is everyone done with this? I go to 3. Oh, no, can't do that. Oh no, there's one. Just a one guy. Three. Oh. It was good enough, right? Fine. Unless you. Oh my lag. Oh my lag. Up. Oh my. There's one over here. I gotta do one more. Okay. Oops. The heck? Oh. Guess it's probably here. The next spawn. Is that the bells? Oh no, it's ritual again. The ritual mob has so much HP. Lag. Oh my gosh. It is quite substantially worse today. Huh. I have one. Just one dude. Two dudes. Not quite enough. Not quite enough. Only 3. Sure. Do more peeps arrive while we're doing this, of course. One at a time. Go to the next one. Next one. Friendly. Don't attack, please. Not like this. Okay. Don't respawn, please. Don't respawn. Oh, come on. They spawn aggroed. Please. Alright. This is strap in. This is gonna take a while. Lag is so noticeable. Boy, howdy. Hooray! We did it. Alright. Do we pick up any boxes? Oh, not a single box. Don't mind the pop-in. Right. Massive amount of pop-in. Okay. So we got 3 boxes. 3 boxes in a dream. Where are you? It's just stupid and heroic encounter. Okay. Yeah, I don't think none, right? Yep. Okay. Alrighty then. Oh, I should grab the other one. Going to PAE. Get some random dungeon queues. Yeah. Do it on our paladin. Oops. I think we have like keys on our paladin. We'll use our paladin for luck. Switch zones. Get out. Get out. Anytime now. Okay. All right. Here we are. Oh. Oh, it's the first spiral swarm. I don't think we want to do spiral swarm. Okay. Oh, only 2 boxes in a dream? Here we go. Clap. We got it. No. Alright. One more? Huh. 500 bar bonus? That's pretty good. 1 out of 2. Oh, I have 21 keys on this guy. Alright. Well. That's it. We'll pick up more for the last week. We'll pick up more for the last week of stuff. Alright. Let's see, we have any peas. Ugh. Alright. Guess we'll pop into this. See a healer queue. We'll do this. And then come back and see what else is available. Or, okay, never mind. No DPS. No DPS, for real. Rare site. does the new mount do? Did they add this? They probably did, right? This guy? No. Not that guy. Oh, it's this guy. The crocodile. The alligator, not crocodile. Reduce total out damage. Outgoing damage by 10. Increase hit point by 10. Gain 4,500 maximum HP and 300 power for 10 seconds when struck by an enemy. They only trigger every 1 second. 45,000 HP? That's not a lot. The heck? It's meh. What's the new companion? Is it this guy? Hank? What do you do, Hank? Area, multi. Right, now we have DP. No. Dang. Alright, I guess we're join this for the time being. Oh, let's switch. Boom, boom, boom. I don't even know where this one came from. Did they put the entry in for the Neo Eclipse? Doesn't look like it. I'm pretty alright. How are you, Amelia? Someone said looking for 4 more, but they're looking for 2. They're saying like looking for 2, looking for 4 at the same time. Okay. I don't see any like masters or advanced runs going on right now. Well, except for this one MTOS guy. Interesting. We'll probably end up doing our randoms and then calling it a day. Doesn't really look. We're in the middle of the evening now this time, but doesn't really seem like anyone wants to do anything. Earliest I'll ever finish. Quickest? What's quickest? Something. This demo or Svarberg. Which is it? Don't do it. Don't moon dancer me. Do not moon dancer me. Ah, okay. Lag. Basically took like 4 steps back every time you muse. 6 steps forward. Anytime now. Excuse me. Yep. Okay. Nice. Short. Quick. All right. Alright, let's see if our queuing situation has changed. No, that same guy. Just that same guy. I guess we can queue for this. Where are we going here? Yeah. Okay. Put on our sneakers, you know. Actually, now that I think about it. Okay. 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 Nothing like a warlock using a other stam to trigger a cutscene. Actually, same difference if it was a blade master. Yep. Fast, fast, fast. Run and gun. Run and gun. Who's our warlock? Okay, the warlock is doing most. Ranger, okay. No, I am not interested. Thank you, though. I typically do them myself. Hey. All right. Maybe one dungeon run. We'll take whatever, and then call it a day. I'll give it 5 minutes. When the local clock hits 4:05. Bank heist. Master Demon Webs pit. I'm not interested. Thank you. Usually I do the artwork myself. few minutes. Konnichiwa. Gecko. Genki desu. Gecko-san wa? We're coming to the end, so we're just sitting here looking for any LFGs, any people wanting to do one more dungeon run, and I'm gonna call it a day, and off to an evening of prep work. Determined that next Tuesday, so next Tuesday is when I do the review, the Japanese review, and then the Chinese review. Watashi mo to ii desu. Ii desu. How was your work day? Review went pretty alright today, pretty quick. Nothing really to drop. Ironed out our little loose ends, so things went pretty quick. Although 14 or 15 plus 3 more, 18 of them got moved till tomorrow because of how long between the time frames. Shorter review. We got some stuff to unlock tomorrow in WaniKani. Well, it's 4:05, so work was pretty good, pretty busy. You think you'll go back to the start of the stream soon and check on your WaniKani and HanziHero progress? Yeah. I'll probably try to post it. It was really short. Like, since we were like business as usual, I think it took 15 minutes for the WaniKani. Something like 50 review exercises, 15 minutes. HanziHero is usually 1 hour. It's consistently 1 hour because they use a different set of SRS timing. It's 10 lessons no matter what. I mean, well, you set the 10. You set the number of lessons each day, so it's default set at 10 lessons. And then the reviews kind of, when you learn more, it increases by like 3 review each day, and it always resets at midnight, as opposed to every 4 hours. Initially, like WaniKani, like 4, 8, 12. Oh, come on, guys. Just one more run. One more run. We can queue into this and see what happens. What are the chances if I queue into this? It's gonna be a Dread Sanctum. You Dread Sanctuming me? Let's find out. It's not a Dread Sanctum. Yeah, this will be the last thing I do today. I'll spend the rest of the day practicing writing and whatnot on my own. Give me Tomb. Tomb is kind of long. All of these are long. Regrets. You're still not really attempting to learn Chinese seriously, but I've been following the Hanzi series, and it's pretty interesting. Mostly the mnemonics in this different advancement system. I like the mnemonics a lot. The way they're constructing it. It does make it very consistent. And they're the Kevin and Kevin is more along the lines of being consistent. So it's like incredibly consistent. Basically, if you have 1 hour, you complete it in 1 hour. If you complete it in 40 minutes, you complete it in 40 minutes every single time. The reviews don't substantially increase the amount of time as well. And then their mnemonic is on the block system, so it's like on a modular Lego system. So once you get used to the Lego system, you don't actually have to. Oh no, it's Ravenloft. It's a different feel. It's a substantially different feel, and I kind of like it. It makes everything feel consistent, but I kind of like WaniKani. So you get like 2 different types of feeling. So it's not like doing the same thing 2 times over, if you know what I mean. With the vanilla change of the language being different. It honestly feels like 2 different experiences, which is kind of nice. One, you have like you have your peak and then your bumps. And then the HanziHero went with slow and steady, or like steady, kind of midway steady the entire time. You get pretty quick at their mnemonics. So with every like new lesson, you're like, okay, so who's the new location this time? And then what is the new perk thing? And they're also introducing like exceptions to the rule. In an interesting way, the silent child. We have some meta rules. Different. Oh, what was it? Same, but different. Same but different. Yeah, I love it. I was watching, so the story that I brought today that was in my back pocket was I was watching so someone linked, I forgot his last name, but Evan's update of Duolingo. So he was making like commentary and addressing frequently asked questions and whatnot about Duolingo. And then about 3 days ago, maybe 3 or 4 days ago in my algo, it was a reaction by Metatron, or however his name is, whatever, that dude, the guy with the beautiful hair, and do language related reactions and stuff. And he made commentary on that particular video that someone else linked towards me. And it's a react of a react kind of situation. And I really liked how not hyperbolic it was. He has this demeanor that is very constructive, so I quite like enjoying hearing his commentary on Evan's commentary, which Evan's commentary is incredibly grounded as well. Unlike the cue the 100th video on this is the worst thing you've ever done in your life, it's such a waste of time kind of clickbait, hyperbolic stuff. If you ever get HX, I'm tempted to actually draw the mnemonics. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing now. We're gonna do that for Inktober. Have I told you about Inktober? So at the end of October, like October, there's an event. It's like a informal event technically, and I spend each day in October doing a prompt, and usually there's gonna be a theme. And this time, because this is the year of like WaniKani and HanziHero, I'm gonna be probably using their mnemonics to draw the prompts in context. It'll be kind of fun. some of the mnemonics are absurd, so it'll be a lot of fun imagining this scenario. And then maybe we'll transfer a few of them. We'll make new ones with Anki and stuff when it comes to the farming video game portion of 2025. The use of a consistent and limited set of characters and locations will allow me to draw iterative scenes like a 2D diorama. Ooh, that sounds amazing. I was gonna do comic strips maybe. Today's highlight was Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog joined the group. And Kermit the Frog was in the basement of the bakery trying to consume flour, but since Kermit the Frog is a puppet, the flour just hits Kermit the Frog's mouth and falls out. And Kermit the Frog is in the basement, so it's in the bakery's basement, so call is for mouth. That's how you yeah. The system creates very wonderful bigger stories, I suppose. That is very Lego Blocksy. What was the other thing was, who else? Napoleon. Napoleon was locked away in the house's basement for his war crimes, and they dressed him up like a woman. So he tried to escape being cross-dressed. You know, it's weird, it's wacky, but there you go. Weird, wacky. I wasn't expecting it to go in that direction, but you know, there you have it. Kevin. Imagine. Oh, so Ravenloft. Ouchie. Oh, Night Terror. Hello, Night Terror. Don't see you too often. Yeah, we're gonna have fun drawing at the end of the year. So much material. I look forward to your, if you end up doing your 2D diorama. Oh, by the way, we were talking about like emojis and, you know, like emojis and stuff. Right when the stream ended, yesterday, it reminded me of an episode of Simpsons. I don't know if you watch Simpsons, Gecko, but there is this one episode of Simpsons where Marge mentioned that, oh yeah, you know, Marge noticed that Maggie really loves playing this game, and it's basically between Roblox and Minecraft reference. So Marge downloads the game and logs in, and they represent it like a video game. So Marge's character and Maggie's characters are very blocky characters, and they discovered, like, Marge discovers that Maggie can communicate with her, speak her first couple words through the use of emojis as a way to as a form of communication. I thought that was pretty cool. That really related to what I was talking about investing. There is precedence to invest time on understanding how primary internet communication techniques work online, because you never know how well you may be able to connect with like your child, for example, if you're invest some time into understanding the typical mnemonics and like ways of representing things. Because if you can't reach your child in a conventional way, your old school way, then being aware or being acclimated to other forms of expression like emojis and different types of text related conversations. You watch old Simpsons, like the first 15 to 20 seasons. I don't remember this particular episode. It's really cute. It's it's season 34. Hold up. It's season 34. I haven't watched all Simpsons. I usually watch a clip or something, and then I watch the Simpsons episode. It's season 34, episode 10. And it's like a Roblox. It's a Roblox Minecraft, a bit referential thing. It was very cute, and basically Maggie said, "I love you" to Marge, and then also said, "I love Donut Man" when Homer showed up. So it was a very wholesome moment, just to show the priceless nature of being the adult that takes the initiative to connect with their kids. Like, although apprehensive, participating in their kids is like with their kids' activities is one way to reach a new level of understanding. I thought it was incredibly wholesome. It cut very deep from an older perspective. Kids alike would probably know how to relate due to the reference to like Roblox and Minecraft. However, at the same time, from an adult standpoint, one that's involved in instructional material and stuff, that's pretty neat. Obviously, the algorithm was showing me that episode because of my phone is on listen, and typically after a stream or so, my algorithm is populated by things that are relevant to what I mentioned. Convenience, right? That's kind of how I leverage having talking topics every day. Try to keep on top of things by leveraging that side of the technology. I don't know if you... It's fun because kids start expressing themselves quicker with signs than words, and I too have learned some sign, which was cool. Ooh, like sign? I've always wanted to, obviously, maybe if I have a little one of my own, I always wanted to see what is the earliest way I could like interact with young people, right? Or even people who are unable to communicate in a specific way. It's always a fun challenge to think outside the box. With your daughter, before she could talk, we actually used some sign language. Ah, yeah, although none of us... Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds like such a wonderful, unique experience. I always thought of, the old school times when you had those, like, display things where like a cow goes moo and it like points to a cow, right? And then like a sheep goes ba, that kind of thing, where there's like pictorial representations and whatnot. And I can only imagine how more approachable it is now with new technology. obviously, I do not have any like nephews or nieces in which I was around for that type of stage in their life where they are forming their first form of communication and whatnot, but it seems like a really priceless, you know, a priceless, unique experience that I feel is part of life in general. At least in my opinion, something that I hope to experience someday. The closest facsimile of that type of thing is watching people grow up, right? You help them out, you teach them things, but watch them like, I think one of the absolute most rewarding thing is watching them like everything clicks, and then a few years down the line you get to see how they basically just eclipsed you. I think that's the most satisfying part of seeing people grow up, like seeing them click, doing their own thing, then whatever you impart on them, they've iterated and created something new within their own image. Parts of you are there, but also parts of them, and at some point it would eclipse you, because that's the whole intent of passing information down. There's this other thing that I think about every once in a while, and this is like my second story that I kept on me. I'm not sure if you were ever interested, Gecko, like if you ever wondered when people keep telling you certain things, like certain comments like, oh yeah, you know, I can't do this because I'm not smart enough, right? And then it's generally that comment comes from the idea that they probably think you're special or in some way, and that's why or like the two people are different and you need to be like a certain amount of aptitude in order to like learn a new language or something. But it always comes down to the idea of this perception of you have to be like smart enough or like intelligent enough. And I've always, from time to time, after hearing it a couple of times, I often wonder how people determine if they're smart enough, right? And my thought recently, I'm like, oh, it's been a while. It's been a while. So you know how intelligent quotients work, and then how intelligent quotients used to work. There's like at least 8 different standards with different ranges in terms of intelligent quotients, and the way they evaluate intelligent quotients are vary, right? So I've wondered recently, has that changed at all? Like, has the predominant way of evaluating one's intelligence change at all? So I went online, I did a little skippy, like if someone entered intelligent quotient test or something, what would they find? So I looked at the top 3 search results, right? And immediately their services. So they're live services. So we're talking about like a WaniKani of you know, a live service model for like, oh, we update with certified intelligent quotients to, you know, to self-assess different metrics over time. I was like, huh. And then, you know, you have your standard, here are some free trials or free things you can try out to see if you want to buy our services. I'm like thinking, okay, all right, let's just try it. The 2 like different tests, they did like 2 or 3 traditional tests, which are like reflective of 3 or 4 old try and true IQ things, and then they also gave samples of their modernized IQ test that dealt with like maybe some other things. So I was like, oh, okay, that'd be interesting to see how this stuff changes. And it was okay. I think the one thing that was weird, it was 10 questions, you had 10 minutes, and you complete it. The questions were fairly varied. Some were spatial, some were pattern recognition. It's very low-key things. It took like a minute to do all of them. And then you get a score, and then they give you like this random range, right? Like, oh, you're at least this. So there's an upper limit to IQ tests of this nature. Basically, you're either above a certain threshold in which the resolution no longer it becomes negligible, or you're within the highest resolution range, which is around average, right? So if you're way above average, they just tell you, okay, you're at least this, but our tests do not measure the highest aptitude because it requires a subscription and or a certified expert. And then if you're below, it also requires a certified expert because it's not clear what the disposition is, or like the disability, or if you have some sort of deficiency, right? So when you're in the middle, it gives you the most range. And I'm looking at these questions, and I thought to myself, okay, so these plain tests, they're trying to sell you something, right? What are the chances that, how many do you have to get wrong before it doesn't tell you you're super intelligent? Because I started thinking, here's my cynicism and my null hypothesis coming into play. My thought was, what if you just get all of them wrong? What's the lowest score you can have? And then I thought, does time matter? What if since all the questions are the same and the answers are the same, what if you just did it faster? That didn't affect the score, by the way. So the time did not affect the score. However, the lower threshold is pretty low. It's pretty low. What came to be was basically the free test doesn't really tell you much, other than, oh, are you thinking above average or not? It was weird. I took several of them. Most of them just came back, oh, you're 130 above, 140 above, and that's about it. So nothing really has changed in my life. I always felt that my competence, my usual competence, has normalized with other people's age, because intelligent quotient is the factors is that it factors in age, right? Oftentimes your IQ don't stay consistent if, say, the population you're being compared to has a noticeable range of maturity. It was interesting. It's good memory for sure. That being said, what I enjoy even more is starting to have proper conversations with her, which gives so much more insight into her personality. I know, right? Aren't you looking forward to what type of personality she develops? I know I'm not a parent, but I often feel like the most rewarding thing in life in general, even without having to become a parent, for myself, is watching people grow up. Like, it's so fascinating how they adapt and like find the ways that defines them. Such an interesting thing. Oops. To hit R. Okay. Okay. Also, I had a few thoughts about intelligent quotient. Um, the questions, like the questions that they use for these like pop culture kind of new age services for measuring like intelligent quotient and whatnot, most of the questions deal with a lot of practiced skills of deduction, like observational skills and whatnot. And since time is not much of a factor, I feel that the results may be negligible if you spent a if you have practiced these like type of skills. So just by happenstance, I'm not sure if that there's any correlation to behavior or not, but by happenstance, all the questions I know, I already know. So like I already know the approach, like my approach. I had sufficient approach in my experience that it took a matter of like less than a second to realize what I'm looking for. So the question I often think about when it comes to these intelligent quotient things is it ends up being a chicken or the egg thing that I am pondering, where as you grow older, do you maintain your intelligent quotient largely due to the nature of your exposure to the different strategies, or is it really because your high functioning aspect of your personality or what have you, that's why you have these practice skills? But generally speaking, I could see that someone can acquire all of these strategies over their lifetime, at least in my opinion. But it could be because I can't empathize with a position in which you do not have these deductive things. Mind you, like with all that said, I have met a couple people, quite a lot of people who do not will probably have a little bit of difficulty figuring out some of the pattern recognitions, but I think it's kind of weird being an adult measuring this because you kind of have a specialization or a practiced situation where if you're practiced in this way of looking at problems and whatnot, you would inevitably score quite high. But does that measure personal aptitude or not? I don't know. As a disclaimer, I have been often since my birth, like since birth or like at an early age, I have been identified as someone who is quote unquote gifted. So that type of like result doesn't really surprise me that hasn't changed, largely not because you continue to stay intelligent, but largely due to the practice of being interested in learning consistently, that I feel that's why it resulted in the thing. Unless very seriously carried out in a professional setting, I'm not really a big fan of all those tests and the impact that they can have on people's perception of themselves. Yes. And I actually think IQ tests are less invasive to that perception. I actually think personality tests are grossly even more misleading. Personality tests at this point using labels deduced from very very superficial personality tests has become like the mainstay in identifying someone's learning potential. Like you might be thinking, well, they don't think of it that way. It's like sort of their behavior limits their learning potential, largely due to correlating it with some sort of personality. Like for example, the popularizing learning styles, for example. Oh, I can't learn to speak because I'm introverted. or I can't improve my interpersonal communication skills because I'm introverted. That type of thing is even more wildly influential than the IQ test that people probably don't even want to do most of the time. You do have to somewhat focus on those tasks outside of like taking a personality test, for example, where you're answering questions based on your own self-identity. So like, oh, is it stressful for you to be around 4 people or more? What do you do when a stranger confronts you? Do people tell you that you're very organized? That type of thing, right? And that perception in that way affects people's performances quite a lot. It's to the point where it bleeds into their learning capacity too. It's difficult for me to emphasize a lot of times when someone says, oh yeah, you know, interpersonal communication is easy for you because you like to talk to people because you're not introverted. I'm like, I didn't know. That's not true. Like that's not how that works, in my opinion, right? And or man, I wish I was better at speaking language because I'm shy and anxious around other people. I'm like, well, that's not it's difficult to try to be sensitive to that type of perception, but at the same time try to encourage them that your capacity isn't necessarily linked, your aptitude in acquiring practice skills isn't necessarily completely dominated by the perception of your own personality. IQ tests is to a lesser extent because it doesn't necessarily also restrict your decision making, right? It doesn't restrict your decision making as well. As a child, I was always praised for being so smart. To be fair, I had it pretty easy in school, for example, but made it difficult for you to reconcile that with how tough I found some things later, like in uni. I can understand that. I can definitely empathize with that to some extent. Yeah. I think the stuff I think I kind of mentioned this at the end of my stream yesterday, but the reason why I'm so resistant, or I push back quite a lot in null hypothesis testing, like I challenge the potential of people, and especially myself, is because oftentimes there's this like converging perceived notion that if you're able to evaluate your own personality and your own capacities somehow by an examination, that it would tell you a lot about the skills that you will end up acquiring over your lifetime, as in the skills that you would perfect or be proficient in or have some sort of advantage, right? And the reason why I brought that up is yesterday I ended with the discussion with the notion that most of the skills that I have now are the worst, or on an objective standpoint, are the worst skills that I had as a youth. So I said about 40 to 50 skills, none of them of which I believe is even close to mastery because I did not commit to them, right? I'm usually an acquirer of skills. However, there are a few, or there are a couple. I'm going to say like 5-ish skills that no matter what I do, I'll be practicing those skills. And those 5, none of those 5 were things I excelled at as a child. At least I don't think so. I was even more avoidant of them. So when someone sees someone who's like excellent at communication, oftentimes they would do this perception where like, oh, you must have been very social when you were a kid. And I'm like, no, I wasn't. I was actually quite the opposite. Or like, oh, you must have liked teaching people stuff when you were younger. No, I didn't. I absolutely hated explaining things to people because I assumed that the only people around me that that I should be teaching or talking to are people as competent as I am, because kids are selfish, worlds are small, right? Or at least my younger self, right? There are a lot of things that I lacked. I lacked emotional intelligence, right? Unable to be an effective teacher at all, largely due to the nature that if you grow up being told certain things and being conditioned to do certain things, you completely lack the empathy or the emotional intelligence to be concerned with anything outside of that sphere. So it was interesting. That's led me down the road of the whole IQ thing again, because I'm kind of curious how people come to these conclusions about themselves. Hello there, Valentine. Yes, happy Monday. Happy Monday. It's been a while. Hopefully everything is well with you. Yeah. Later on in university, actually, university is, and then graduate school is when it was clearly defined for me that there are other skills that I gravitate towards, but they were not enriched in any way, largely due to what was considered dogmatic for someone who is gifted, right? So someone who is gifted, it's not like this was deliberate. It was more an unintentional hyper-focusing or consequence. For example, high-functioning people tend to focus on a lot of perceptions where they don't necessarily develop emotional intelligence, or try to, because it is said to have diminishing returns, for example. Like if you excel at particular tasks that doesn't involve other people, then it is not valuable to invest in that skill that involves other people. So ultimately then it leads to a bit of that stereotype that you get. When you think of a high-functioning person, you think of someone who's hyper-objective, incredibly pragmatic, and efficiency and performance prone, with a potential below average deficiency, if you will, of emotional intelligence and interpersonal communication skills, right? You must, quote unquote, sacrifice specific area of development for the full focus of taking advantage of what you're equipped with, like things that you supposedly excel at. And that leads to the idea, and it still to this day lead to the idea, that you tend to love the things you're good at, and the things you're good at tends to make you successful. That to me is one of the biggest, easily one of the most debatable, controversial hot takes that it still exists today, where someone who excels the most and is most successful and happy, do they statistically end up in something that they believe they are well equipped with based on like tests or like algorithm and whatnot? And usually that's not the case. I would argue that actually that is a misconception, that you are most happy and most consistent and most successful in the things you first found acclamation to early on in life. It usually gets redefined and often go against the whole perception of specific tasks or specific people. Like, it's weird, but humans are interesting in that way. You try to be mindful of that with your daughter. Of course, there's a huge bias. I'm like, yeah, she's the best, the prettiest and such. Of course. You can't. I wouldn't hold it against any parent for their selective partialness to their child, right? You gotta. That's in my opinion, that is the silver lining to all of this discussion, where when one starts to treat someone as a collection of parameters instead of trusting the process of love and nurturing, right, and encouragement of self-discovery, one might start to wonder, at least in my opinion, if that self-discovery didn't encounter enough opportunities to explore whatever the person gravitates towards. Like, you could be raised, like me, for example, raised to believe that you are born to be a medical doctor, and then ultimately choosing not to be a medical doctor. Then that could be a thing, right? It's a very stereotypical thing for an Asian-born American. But instead of always saying things like "I'm proud of you," I also try to emphasize you should be proud of yourself to lower the external sense of expectation. Oh yes, and I don't think you need that much external sense. Like, let's contextualize like the growing environment. I'm not sure what your culture is like, Gecko, like where you are from. In this era of the internet, I think external sense of expectation is plentiful. It's ubiquitous, right? Especially instant gratification, external sense of expectation. So knowing the context in which your child is interacting, I tend to I'm more like encouraged to be like, hey, here are alternatives. There are other sources of expectation, right? Like your self-esteem. Your self-esteem is very important. I think the internet provides very little, like almost non-existent. In fact, I think it actually diminishes someone's self-esteem. So growing up, being an adult that might be aware or engage in the environment that your child would likely to be in, the idea is to balance that, right? Give the alternative or give alternatives. And in the state of the modern era of the internet use, if a child tends to interact mostly on the internet, then they would have an incredible dependency on external sense of expectations, and rarely is there any emphasis on the or demonstration of what it's like to develop self-esteem, pride in their own work, and exercise self-love and self-discovery, right? It's incredibly dependent on a do something response, as opposed to like some unconditional drive to do something, right? That is very rarely felt nowadays. At least in my experience, anyone that I've encountered in a younger age has often demonstrated that they lack self-esteem, but they know exactly how to succeed. But that success is due to the expectation externally provided. So for example, when you ask someone, what is success like, right? What does success look like? And they would say, well, it looks like this. I'm like, okay, what's your version of it? Like, okay, you have an example of what success looks like. How can you use the success and make it your own, right? And the idea is, well, I don't have to make it my own. Other people are successful. If I follow what they do, I will become successful. And then you would challenge them and ask them, well, what does that look like? Can you imagine yourself in that person's position? And then ask yourself, what would you do in that position? Instead, oftentimes the expectations and the like thinking process ends with the external stimuli. So like how to use HanziHero, how to use WaniKani to learn Japanese. Well, you use it like the people who have used it before because they were successful. Like, that's great. Now, do you have anything to add to it? Are you going to tweak it? Because the last thing you want to expect is you have the exact experience as this person. And you expect that because somehow you and this person are exactly the same thing, which is astronomically highly improbable, especially with every single day as you grow older, it becomes more and more improbable that your experiences will be nearly identical. And it's that lack of internalization, like internal expression or concern with oneself, largely because there's models for everything now, that I feel when you get to 18 to 20 years old, you ask the person, so what do you think you're going to do? Like, is there anything that you want to achieve or aspect of anything that you're looking forward to that is a consistent thing in your life? Because the consistency when it comes to like tackling an unknown future requires identity, right? Something that's strong enough that, oh, whatever come what may, I will at least still integrate this part of the things that I identify with. Nowadays, identity is identified with tenuous things, with tenuous and external things. Like, for example, someone gets triggered because they come up to you and say they hate the thing you like, and suddenly your identity is being attacked, right? Because you identify as something that's external, as opposed to identify like, oh, okay, you're free to dislike that. I mean, I like this thing, but it's not like my entire identity, for example. And that happens with like, in terms of like language learning and or video games, that's like someone coming up to you and saying, yeah, your favorite game series, it's pretty mid. And then suddenly this person goes off, right? And they would defend the video game in a manner that feels like it's their sole point of their identity. That happens a lot, actually, especially in language learning, when you start identifying as the tool that you use to gain a lot of your language fluency. Like, suddenly when someone stops using something, another person would ask, wait, are you done now? Are you quitting this thing? Say, no, things change and we'll do different schedules. I'm not attached to any one thing. The idea is tools are there to aid you, not define who you are. So you define the tool's efficacy in the long run. So it's a very common mindset perception that I have to communicate. I find myself repeatedly communicating to other people. Like, it's not the tool that defines your aptitude. It's you that defines largely how efficacious the tool is, especially a mix of tools and whatnot. You're from the French-speaking part of Belgium, by the way. I see. Belgian descent. Don't think I had mentioned that. No, you haven't. But I didn't want it to pry until you voluntarily mention it. So pretty much Western European culture. Okay, similar but not identical to French culture. Okay, so in a way, the stuff that I'm talking about is probably relevant, because it's difficult to talk about like Chinese culture or Japanese culture and Korean culture, something like that. Their internet, while they do share, like, not China, with the exception of China, Korea and Japanese still do have closed looped or pre-selected microcosms on the internet that might not correlate with what I'm saying, where your people are completely dependent on instructional material or prescriptional, not even instructional, but prescriptional material online. So the younger, I'm sure you've heard how the European Union is addressing this, and like the United States have their separate inquiries on how to try to deal with the idea that very early on age conditioning of social media is providing too much external expectations, and that external expectations is practically unintentionally conditioning young people to like pretty much lack of self-discovery. Like, there's lack of self-motivated thinking, self-motivated interest, value systems, because largely it's unintentionally being co-opted by how efficient algorithms and social media is able to capture younger people's attention who does not have a strong identity yet, or likely to not have a strong identity of self-thought. So that the onerous and responsibility has now come down to holding some of the social platforms accountable to safeguard and moderate that exposure, because the counter argument would be like, but they have good parents, right? If you have good parents, this would not happen. It's like, well, hear me out here. Whether the parents are good or bad, right? You can do both. To aid and help how busy parents can be, they can't possibly compete with something that doesn't sleep, right? Doesn't sleep. Unbelievably more efficacious and efficient, right? Because it's not even humanly touched, right? Like there's no like spuriousness or anything, and ultimately incredibly refined by millions and millions of pre-selection factors. Like it is a well-oiled machine. Parents are not. Parents are humans. They ebb and flow. There's dynamic situations, and early on, if there's anything that can gravitates towards them to not want self-discovery or like new stimuli, is consistency. If your episode is always the same format, it's always the same material, it's sufficient for young kids, like to capture their attention nonstop. Adults might, I'm stating something that sounds utterly boring to older people who have developed eclectic taste, like exploring, but the kids is like it's really daunting task. So it does, to me, it's more than two parts. Having great parents is great, but also being able to moderate things to make the parenting more competitive, regardless of where you fall on the spectrum, is better. It's extra. So I've been reading a lot of this like commentary between but if you had this, it doesn't matter what this is. If you have this, it doesn't matter what that is. And ultimately, either or is very important to be in, be cognizant. You leverage as much as you can. You gotta keep those kids thinking and being healthy and exploratory and whatnot, with a mix of consistency, right? I think the internet provides consistency already. Like if you're able to get your child, that's a big if you're able to expose your child enough and they get a stimuli that's really great and healthy and whatnot, the internet can immediately reinforce that. It is so efficient. Like, say somehow you gave your child a bunch of veggies, and then they really love broccoli, and suddenly they type broccoli on the internet, immediately they will be flooded with hundreds of ways to make broccoli part of their everyday life. So ultimately now parenting is like, in my opinion, you moderate the use of social media for the time being, to give them to emphasize the stuff that they're already interested in, but at the same time, as the parent, right, you have largely the enabled ability to expose them to certain things. And then when you expose them to certain things, those things can get reinforced on the internet. So if you love learning a language, think about it this way. Like, if you can get your child hooked, like they say, oh, I really like the Japanese language, immediately they'll probably crush it on the internet, because they'll look up Japanese and then suddenly they're like 100 apps deep into Japanese. That's kind of like one of the things that, for all of intensive purposes of the internet is so good at telling you what you want to see and what to do, that it might be way too efficient for people who might not know what they want to do or want to see yet because they haven't seen it yet. So it's all well and good for adults, like people who have great self-identity, they like learning, and they get bored of doing the same thing all the time, so they're encouraged to do other things. As a child, you can have a child that is stuck watching Cocomelon and still have not the ability to form sentences in their primary language. That's a real thing, by the way. Due to a meta-analysis, there was a class action suit against it where a programming is so efficient at doing the same exact thing. A large, significant body of children did not develop any other fundamentals other than the things they were restricted to exposure in the programming. We're not talking about things like Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer where they continue to expand for the education of the child. We're talking about something that plays brain rot for like 24/7 as efficient as possible. So your child is constantly using the vast majority of the time being exposed to the same exact constraints, so they no longer develop anything about their language. They will remember everything about the program, but everything else falls apart. So you have these like delay in developmental. It's not permanent, which is a silver lining. At least it doesn't seem like it's permanent. So the moment this was like an experiment or a live address to something, the moment they cut the exposure and then expose the child to something else, they immediately like normalize to other things. So luckily it's not like a permanent thing where you can imagine a child being able to only solve problems one way into adulthood, and they no longer could adjust and normalize to different other ways of thinking. That sounds like a scary proposition for the future. So that's kind of one of the little current like topical psychology and technology questions that I follow every day. I feel I have some decent understanding of the North American culture thanks to media and having been there yourself several times. Oh, okay. Yeah. You humbly acknowledge I have very little knowledge of Asian culture with only some anime representation go by, which is obviously still a niche culture overall. Yeah. But you know, those niches are possibly what your child would be exposed to. And you know, encouraging your child and anyone else, basically, however old you are, encouraging them to like, okay, so here's one perspective. Would you be willing to engage in a different perspective? Not because you have to embrace the new perspective. You know, you don't have to embrace every new perspective that you gain. The idea is to encourage someone to healthily think each time that, oh, I like this thing, but there are all these other things I could possibly like. Let's go check them out and find out, nah, they're not for you. You go back to the original. That reinforces the idea that you're still practicing considering other options while at the same time reinforcing the strength of your love for a particular option, right? It's pretty wild. Like the HanziHero story that I was talking about, where this person still continues to insist that there's only one way they can learn how to review things, is mind-boggling to me. Like, here's my thought. This person is really disgruntled because HanziHero only resets every 24 hours, right? And they make a case like, oh, they have enough scheduling, they can schedule time, so they always be able to make time for things. And I'm like, okay, then why don't you just wait the 24 hours? And they're convinced that no, it has to be less than 24 hours because they can't remember anything. They can't remember anything without adequate review, right? That is less than 24-hour period. I'm like, well, you can review more than one time without the tool literally reviewing it. Right? So it's that's the stuff that I'm concerned about. If a child becomes an adult and they make decisions like, oh, I have to buy this TV, for example. I need to buy this TV because with this TV, I can use it to do X, Y, and Z. And that's it. And then there's no other possibilities. So their decision making is one directional. It's unidirectional. So it could be the same as I should buy this computer because I like video games and I can also stream with this computer. Like, well, you can do well more than that with a computer. Not that that would prevent the person from buying it, but what if they had something else competitive with buying a computer? Like, as opposed to buying this tuition to college, right? I would prefer to buy this computer because this computer, I can make money off of it right away and pay off the computer versus this tuition, which I can't pay away right away because I need to invest a long time before seeing the rewards of it. That kind of thing can get really dicey, in my opinion. You are watching the newest Pokemon TV show in Japanese with her, with French subtitles? Ooh, interesting. For you, very much still needed at this point. I see. Which I then read out for her as she can't read fast enough yet. That's really cute. I'm sorry, that's really cute. That's like a modern version of reading a book to a child. That's really cute. After a few times, I no longer had to translate the super frequent stuff like daijoubu, konnichiwa, arigato, and yatta. So you're basically getting better at Japanese while also reading to your child and exposing them to 2 languages at the same time, and it's also being functional. That's like extra points. You gotta stop overachieving, Gecko. Not only that, you're watching a 4Kids television, and it might be a programming that she already likes. Yeah, so you're really scratching the plus efficiency stuff. Like, how do you weave all the things that you like, which potentially expose your child everything that they may or acquire and like? So now your child is being exposed to something that you like to do, all while keeping the child spending time with your daughter. That's amazing. That's pretty solid thinking. A lot of times I also try to encourage people like in the same way. You know, when someone says, "Oh, I like Japanese," and my first question is, do you have friends that like Japanese? Like, who do you talk to? And then, you know, there'll be some people that say, "Oh yeah, you know, I have friends that are interested in Japanese, but they're not studying Japanese." Have you ever tried asking your friend if you wanted to learn Japanese together? Because there's a lot you can gain from, like, there's extra stuff, right? Like, if learning Japanese is something you can do with your friends, then your friends could also consider doing Japanese instead of playing Minecraft sometimes. Or, you know, occasionally, like, oh, Roblox is not hitting, it doesn't hit the same anymore. You can learn Japanese together, that kind of thing. So really cool. Yeah, that's a really sweet moment, Gecko. Don't get me wrong, I'll still do plenty of boring adult stuff too. Yeah, true. No, hear me out here. There's also habit formation, but habit formation in the presence of demonstrating to your daughter stuff. So for example, Letitia's always sends me these things where they you know, parenting vloggers, they tend to like vlog certain behavior, and they like shame their child for doing a behavior. Meanwhile, the parent themselves are doing that behavior because they're like vlogging and whatnot. And my single thought is, have you considered the consequence that your behavior, your child's behavior, is largely because they take a lot of examples from you, right? So when you see these like parents recording them performing these acts, I'm not surprised that if your child is around you, that your child would behave like this, right? So there's a lot of responsibility. Not that I want to put more pressure on the parents, but the idea is boring adult stuff could be sentimental stuff for kids. It might be boring to the adult because the adult has done it a lot, if you know what I mean. But like, for example, I do my taxes. I actually quite like doing taxes, but largely because I know that when I do taxes, I also have I alleviate my parents' need to do taxes. And oftentimes when I think of doing taxes, I think about how I can save money, right? So lots of the budgeting things, like when my parents say, oh, it's the boring stuff, they're like arguing about price and how much you save. Well, that's kind of a pastime for me and my parents, because my parents have always emphasized one of the quote unquote boring aspects of adult life is to try to be frugal and know how to spend properly. So being around my parents doing that became second nature, right? So it's still pretty cool how when you demonstrate something around younger people, especially your child, they pick up things very quickly. So yes, you can, as an adult, have your cheat days and stuff, you know, and whatnot, but you cue the classical scene where when, you know, an adult swears and then they put money in the, you know, the swear jar, only to demonstrate to their child that, oh yeah, if you swear, you have to pay money, right? Or like, if you swear, you get punished for it, right? That kind of thing. Or you're trying to, so even adults that actively try to be better, it's such a wholesome win-win. Whenever I hear parents saying, oh, you know, I have a child now, I should get healthier, or let's start a fitness program and stuff, and then the child ends up also being exposed to that, and they end up being the reason in many different ways to encourage the adult to be better, right? And that's cool, right? That's one of the reasons we're not severely limiting screen time. It would be pretty hypocritical of us, yeah. But I very much curate the content she consumes, referring to what you mentioned earlier. Yeah. And I mean, here's one take. You are consuming the content with her. That's like, in my opinion, that's one of the arguably one of the most significant things, because you are consuming something that your child themselves may consume with you. Obviously, not everything should be that way. However, usually the most impactful stuff is if you are comfortable in doing it and maintaining these things, oftentimes in the presence of your child, they will likely inherit and adapt and even probably emergently become even more proficient. Like you know, you hear your story like, oh, your father likes playing basketball, right? Or my father liked playing basketball, and he used to like dunk on me all the time, and it was so much better. And then suddenly, in a matter of 2 or 3 years, your child is better than you at basketball. And that's what I meant by the whole, I'm not a father, like I haven't ever been like a father figure to anyone, but as a teacher, right, someone that likes to teach, it is very heartwarming how fast younger people are able to pick up things, in my opinion, that the heartwarming thing, and then immediately they go on to do something, and in a matter of years, obviously because we're talking about like higher functioning things, in a matter of years they come back, it's like, look at what I've done. And it's like, that's amazing. And in the child sense, like when you have your own little one, they can pick up other fundamental things and they will excel so quickly. And that can leverage, and you can leverage the internet to do that as well, right? The moment you're like, oh, my child likes to be they like to eat vegetables. I always use the vegetable. I tend to use the vegetable example because one of the main things oftentimes is a child's nutrition. Nutrition has gone out the window in terms of exposure. So anything viral can capture your child's attention when it comes to dieting, right? Like immediately if like influencer advertises a drink that has like 36 grams of sugar, immediately your child is going to get hooked on that, right? They're going to get blasted by a drink that has 36 grams of sugar, and you just see people like knocking them back, and eventually your child will have a dependency on that. But it can also work the other way around, right? The moment, say, you find out, oh, they really like broccoli or carrots or squash or whatever you have, once you get that one grain, that one hook on a vegetable, then I would say it's pretty safe to leave it to the child to figure out, like, oh, I can find all fun ways to use broccoli and cauliflower, and then it's like awesome, that kind of thing, you know? Being a parent is funny because I like to believe most parents want what's best for their child, but there's no guidebook. Exactly. And only time will tell if your child becomes a happy and good human being. It is one of those things. Yeah, it is one of those. It's both fearful, but also cautiously optimistic, if you know what I mean. Like, I can't say how I would behave for certainty, but both fear and optimistic, hopefulness and optimism, hopefulness and fear goes hand in hand, right? Fear keeps one honest, looking out and on our toes. Hopefulness also brings into the light that the world is child's life has arguably unlimited potential, right? That you can't foresee. So that's a pretty good sentiment to end on when it comes to human behavior. Here's one little meta-analysis. The meta-analysis is pretty spurious because it's voluntary, but the correlation between parents who step up, as in even parents who weren't ready for parenthood, right? Not like planned, and if they step up during the duration of the parents, not only does the parent improve their quality of life over time, the child is statistically more likely to also develop all those habits of self-improvement. So regardless of where your starting position is, right? It could be someone who's at rock bottom, and you hear those stories where, well, this person had to step up for parenthood, right? Be ready for that stuff, knowing to tackle that stuff. And the child typically ends up being able to appreciate and also learn how to self-improve from a lower state. Usually this statistic is less strong. This is correlation, by the way, right? Correlation, not causation. When a parent has all the resources, it's still okay. It still gravitate towards success because the parents who have all the resources already engage in habits that tend to cover a bit more spectrum of habits that are inherited by the child, like through exposure. And I don't mean by genetics or anything, just exposure. It's the ones where are complacent parents, where they're strapping on by, but they have no incentive to improve their own lifestyle in order to do your best, right? The idea is, if you're not doing your best, as in you do not take care of yourself and elevate yourself in the process of meeting the child's demand and all the spuriousness, rarely do
the child also have the incentive or exposure to want to seek their own happiness and their own self-improvement without the factor of luck. And what I mean is this correlation is only slightly skewed in one direction and slightly skewed in another direction because there's also the element of luck, right? What is your child exposed to by happenstance? What are you as a parent encounter over the life? But generally speaking, if you're improving as a person, as a parent, like you're deliberately improving for your child's sake, it tends to be a win-win. Largely because the child would continuously also find the urge to also improve or self-improve. It's kind of like a friend. Like a friend, you place a healthy friend, right, who's self-improving next to a friend who is spiraling downward, right? If they are able to expose to each other properly, now the friend that is excelling and improving, certainly you might see a lower propensity, like a drag, but at the same time you'll see oftentimes you see a remarkable improvement in the one that is spiraling. It kind of like normalizes to each other in a way. However, they're both acquiring like overall it's an uplift. It's kind of like what is the other thing that I was talking about the other day? Oh, compliments. So there was a fun SciShow episode about what is the most available gift, quote unquote, the best gift that ultimately correlates, again, correlation, that provides an uplift for both the person giving and the person receiving. And the answer, or the statistics, was a compliment. Now, it's not all or none, it's a enrichment. So when you compliment someone, oftentimes both the receiver and the giver of the compliment show an overall net across a bunch of people. It's more likely to elevate both people's perception of that action. And that to me is a great way to demonstrate how when you have a parent that is constantly talking about, oh, I want to self-improve, I want to learn things, the idea that they have a child is more likely that the child is probably in a great environment. Like ultimately, right? Ultimately, you'll rest assured that the child would be in a continuously improving environment. You don't have to be the richest person to be a great parent, for example. Like, I understand that there are very ultimate, like there are upper limits and lower limits. Like lower limit means like if you can't even afford basic necessities, that is a lower limit for sure. So we're talking about people in the middle who are able to improve, have the ability, have the able body to improve while also raising a child. I'm all about continuous improvement, both professionally and in your personal life. I find it a rather healthy pursuit since you embrace this mentality. Yeah. And I think your child will do, you know, even the whole like waiting and see, only time will tell kind of thing. There's a certainty. Improvement over time is a certainty. If you are improving, your child is improving, right? It's a win-win situation. So regardless of what time will tell, improvement happens. At least in my opinion, it's a proactive way of looking at it. Instead of sitting there and waiting for, you know, hoping that the lottery happens or something like that. I think it's great if the lottery happens. Like, hey, if my child ran on autopilot and it's like the most gifted person in the world, heck yeah, I'd probably ride that boat. But at the same time, it doesn't de-incentivize me from not improving myself, right? If my child is a superstar, this happens in the other direction too, where if everything comes easy, then it de-incentivizes the need to continuously improve, right? For example, I'm really fluent, I'm really good with my native language. I don't need to learn anything more about my native language. You feel me? I'm looking at English speakers. So like when someone says, oh, I'm only interested in my target language, it's like, well, does learning about the target language help you be more interested in your native language? Because I can tell you, in my opinion, a lot of people, they don't develop their native language anymore past a certain age, like 18. The moment it's not part of your curriculum anymore, there is a lack of an incentive to practice communication. Even like everything is sufficient, so even though you do it every day, you have no incentive to improve it. For example, you have to talk every day, you have to type every day, yet there's no incentive for improvement on something that you do every single day, right? Instead, a lot of people choose to prioritize things like something that occupies a niche. Like, oh, that's not to say which one's more important. When you're learning Japanese, when you're learning a target language, I think one of the more common aspects is to also consider the idea that your native language may seek improvement from understanding and learning about a target language, at least in my opinion. However, in this case, the most popular approach, this is a hot take. I have a lot of opponents, I know, saying that, well, if you need to learn a target language very efficiently, you stop thinking about your native language, and that's perfectly fine. That's objectively sound, right? However, for me, I beg to differ. Learning about a target language also allows me to frame my native language. And in both cases, I can make time to appreciate my native language and my target language. In fact, my increased improvement of the different properties of my native language feeds into the skills that I will inevitably need to promote my target language. These days, you're pretty much the only person I'm communicating with, so I appreciate that. Oh, really? Really? So you speak French most of the time? Maybe I should learn French. So you're like between French and Japanese? Intriguing. I want to leave on one French related thing. Hear me out here. Oh, I don't know if I have the clip. Here's my French comment, and it was from a clip. Someone, this is a linguist guy. He's like really passionate about linguistics in general. So he said, there's this stereotype. There's a stereotype about the English language where, apparently in a linguist thing, I don't know if this is accurate or not. Because I'm not a linguist and I don't have this information. English, the majority of English sentences come from Romance origin and French. So like 60%, presumably, in the current state of in the English language, 60%. And some people wondered, there was the stereotype, like if most of it is French, can you speak without using the other 40%, which is of Germanic origin, or Anglo origin, right? And this guy did it in his clip, and it was intelligible to me, but it sounded so fancy. Like, what I mean is, he was able to perfectly he basically rehearsed it, right? So when he did it, it sounded so technical, but it was audible, right? Or like I understood what it is, but I can earnestly tell you that was like some serious vocabulary. It was like a long string of like graduate level terminology. It sounded like watching a Vsauce video, or a like pretty much the videos that I watch a lot of times, like people who speak incredibly technical. So it was neat. At the same time, then the person proceeded to snap and change to the other 40%. The other 40%. And the Anglo side basically sounds like all of our usual conversations. Except, like, I can pick out some of the words that I can definitely feel the Frenchness from you. Sorry, that might be a little insensitive. But when you use words like hypocritical, limiting, severely, curate, consume, lots of these. Now there might not be French, or I'm not making that French and Anglo thing now. I'm more making a contrast between someone who has communication skills beyond like conversational level versus content. Like at least in my background, I can see that you work in a professional field where you also consume content that has a very distinct command of language structure in English, right? And that is very stark contrast to individuals who is very competent in their target language, but then when they go back and default to their native language, most of that aptitude is completely lost. Like it's very, like, this person speaks a wonderful French. How dare you? Personally, I like hanging around French. This is sheer coincidence, by the way, and I'm not saying this person represents other French people, but my firsthand interaction with a multicultural environment is that my family has a French Chinese couple as a family friend, and the way he talks about it and how he's playful with the idea is like, oh yeah, you see this? Extra fancy. Don't worry, it's French. Like it's amazing. I really enjoy the idea that when someone is multicultural aware of their company, it's such a blast. So pardon my handedness when I said Frenchness. Yes, French at home with friends, etc., and at work. And then you do consume a lot of English content online. I see. I'm kind of curious now. Maybe you'll be able to share some of this insight with me in the future. What type of English that sounds like a lot of times? Because there's definitely a lot of types of English. I feel we can probably hit on a lot of English content that's very similar. You know English well enough to understand nuances and such in the context I consume. I aspire to be that with the Japanese content you consume, which is what prompted you to start with Japanese. Oh. I hope to one day match your aspiration as well. Obviously, these things take time. I would say conservatively, it's 3 or 4 years. Chinese already has nuances that I need to flesh out with vocabulary. And then Spanish is just my romance language because United States, right? Interestingly enough, I have met a couple French people across my life already that promoted some opportunities. Our Spanish is like, for every French person I encounter, right? Even like French Canadian, even you have like 10 Spanish English multilingual peeps. So maybe somehow I'll pick up French or something. It is a opportunity I could see happening. Now you could. It is possible to convince me. If you get around to learning French one day, you'll definitely be there for that journey. I find it a very rich language. Yeah. You know, the one thing that really draws me to French is largely, and you probably have already noticed this yourself being a French and English speaker, the connection to English is American English especially is undisputed. So, and it's at the far end of the spectrum, right? Like what I mean is, yes, sure, conversational English does not translate, like does not share a lot of relevance to French because most of it's Anglo of nature. However, beyond that, when you get to like the WaniKani stage, you know, where you're acquiring vocabulary and stuff, French is undisputed one of the heavier influences in English. So that produces a very, very strong incentive and like relatedness. So like mnemonics will go well, you know, it's kind of like Chinese and Japanese together. It's hard to view them separately, and that makes things very, very extra. Kind of like how you're reading, you're watching Pokemon with your daughter while practicing your Japanese. It's difficult to not notice all the fancy words, the words that I particularly like in the English language being related to French a lot of times. And I kind of low-key find that's probably going to be a blast to learn like those things, those relationships. Although to be fair, even as a native speaker, I find it somewhat difficult language, especially when it comes to spelling and pronunciation. Let's not talk about spelling and pronunciation. I think both English and French, you've got the two whammies when it comes to the Western languages, like Western macro languages, when it comes to spelling and pronunciation. It's funny that you say that as a native speaker you find it somewhat difficult language, and then you're learning, and your second language, like foreseeably, I guess appropriately, your second language is English. Like imagine having a French English speaker and conceding that there's issues with spelling and pronunciation. I think that's a very, very underrated statement, largely because we're both also learning Japanese, and you're like, yes, Japanese. Like, yes, pitch accent and all that stuff. But my thought was, how refreshing is it to have such a restricted, disciplined way of doing your pronunciation and spelling versus, I don't know, how do you spell this word? I like to think that I was pretty alright, you know, above average. I would like to think I'm above average when it comes to spelling and pronunciation of English, yet it pales in comparison to how disciplined, I'm going to use the word disciplined, it pales in comparison to how disciplined the Japanese language is. And then like Mandarin is a little bit looser, largely because of the sliding and the tonality, but it is still, in my opinion, more disciplined than English and my cursory understanding of French, right? I feel English and French tries their darndest to be as edgy and violating and exceptional as possible, right? Like that's kind of how I feel when you have Japanese on one side. I could make a skit. You can imagine a skit. Like you have Japanese and Chinese on one side. They're like, oh, okay, we'll do this. And then everyone just has to do all of this. And then this is how we're going to go about getting everyone on the same page. So it's like 99.9% adherence. And meanwhile, on the other side, they're like, what can we do to make our language more confusing? Oh, you know what? You know, on the one hand, English is like, yo, we have like 50 different nationalities, like big nationalities using our language. Let's just adopt all their rules. All right, let's just take a little rule from Japanese. Let's take a little bit from the French. Let's roll it in. And then meanwhile, on the French side, it's like, I see that English is doing this type of thing, but we also want to do something that's fancy and identifiable. So then when English adopts our rule, we're both as esoteric as possible. That's kind of how I feel. Like, I feel sometimes the English language and the French language are having a competition at who is being more eccentric and unidentifiable. Oh yeah, Spanish and Japanese feel so easy on the front. Dude, Spanish and Japanese feel amazing in the phonetics department. Like, it is so much fun. Like, being like, oh yeah, I can read that. I can read something. And then it's like so consistently, hey, you know, I don't know what the heck that word means, but at least I can read it. And then, you know, that kind of thing. It's like, I think I know all the, like, when someone speaks to you, it's like, I hear all the sounds you make. And that's refreshing. I have no idea what you said, but I can hear all the sounds and I can read it in my mind. Now I just gotta figure that stuff out. In English, I'm like, what did you just say? Like, and in French, it's like, wait, is that letter spelled with, how do you, I really need to learn IPA. That most of the time when I'm listening to myself talk in English and like hearing French, my first thought is, I should have learned IPA. I should have learned IPA, like, constantly, as opposed to when I learned Spanish, it wasn't like using phonetics or anything. It was basically, here are all the sounds, you remember them, and then you kind of read them, and then all the emphasis rules and like where the syllable is emphasized and whatnot. It's there. You can summarize it for 90% of cases. Meanwhile, at least for English, you're like, okay, so this combination of vowels have 64 different groups. I'm like, okay, so which of the 64 different groups you need to know? Because obviously there's got to be more frequency groups, right? Like words that you use more frequently and then all the other ones are extra. It's like, no. In a common language, like the lexicon, of the 64 different groups, there's one from each group that you commonly use in a sentence. I'm like, okay, so that means that sucks because there are groups, but they decided, you know, a lot of times the words that you use, they belong to each, there's a common use word in most of the groups. So you're remembering these whole rules, but most of the words in those groups you don't use regularly, right? Like, you could get away with using the word like, but then you think of all the other words that are like, and most of them you probably don't use, right? And that forms one pronunciation group. And then you have like would and could. Well, you could throw out could because in conversations, most people either use one or the other. So, or should. I'm not sure if people use should all that often. So you pick one and you're like, oh, okay. And then the other ones are like less frequent. So you have to remember the rule for that, the pronunciation for that particular thing. And that's kind of, I feel that's kind of how English works, where it seems like English doesn't have any consistent pronunciation rules, because it has a lot of them, but not necessarily. It's exacerbated because there's one common word, in my opinion. It's evenly distributed. Meanwhile, you have something like Japanese, for example. Oh, this is a very uncommon syllable, and it's also in uncommon words, but you know, it's fine. The ones that you most commonly do, they kind of have this group of central rules and whatnot. So when you're getting really used to these common pronunciations and stuff, you can rely on them. They're good. They're excellent. They're useful. And then suddenly you have to remember one pronunciation rule for every single, like you say a common sentence in English and you notice that you have like 6 different pronunciation rules in one sentence, like a common word, like good morning. Good morning has a double O. Good morning has a double O, and it has an ORN and it has an ing, right? But those things they change really rapidly. Like good morning, is that even a gerund? It's not. Think about it that way. Like you talk to someone, it's like, oh, it's an ing, so it's in like an ing verb. It's like good morning is not a verb. Sorry. I've heard that English grammar is confusing, but I'm a native, so I don't know. Exactly. Me too. Me too. But I have no idea. I can't explain the grammar anymore. Like, oh, this is a present, present participle that modifies the direct object of this subjunctive clause that is technically two different clauses. It's in the conditional clause and the indicative clause. I'm like, what? Did I just say a bunch of stuff that I understand what I said? No, I don't. I really don't. I just threw in some things that I might have known. You wish the grammar of the Romance language as consistent as Japanese grammar. It's a thing. Like, I don't want to give anyone the wrong idea here. I think it's funny that all of these things exist. So I don't mind knowing that I need to learn more about English grammar because it's different. So the idea that you're able to learn a language or use a language in so many different contexts, right? Different semantics and syntaxes makes you guys very, very active brain, big brain moments where if you're able to learn a language like Japanese and Chinese or something, also dabble in Romance languages and also dabble in other languages, it also tells me that you're used to learning different systems, and different systems make you very, very adaptable, right? Like 1/3 of Spanish verbs are irregular. Oh yeah, true, yes. Because of the because of the Spanish conjugation system, you would think like, oh yeah, the conjugation system is so well fleshed out and nuanced and it's a centerpin, and then you realize they got carried away, quote unquote. They got carried away, and 1/3 of them are nuanced. 1/3 of them are irregular, because that's the hallmark of the Spanish system. You're working on conjugation for the rest of your life. Oh yeah, when I started Japanese and saw pretty much only 2 to 3 irregular words, yeah, like sudo. Oh my goodness, I can't tell you. When someone literally said this to me when I started Japanese, it's like, oh wait, don't forget, Japanese do have 3 irregular words. I know it's really hard. I know, like, it's 3. That's too many, right? You would expect 1 irregular. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, my primary language, everything is irregular. I'm like, this is amazing. You only have to remember 3 things in the beginning. Like, you can get through N4. You can go from N4 all the way up to or from N0 all the way up to N4, and you're worried about 3 irregular predicates. That's absolutely amazing. And then, there's that whole early stage where, oh, don't forget that in the past tense and stuff, you have to remember all these different godans, right? Ichidan and godans, the godan endings. It's like, well, how many are there? There are 6? Oh, that's great. They can fit on 1 page? That's amazing. Like, sure, I'll remember my do's from my, do's from my su's, and, all the different endings, right? Like moo, boo, like, that's fine. Great. I mean, it's better than guessing. Or, in my opinion, it's refreshing. I'm not saying I shouldn't have used the word better. It's refreshing that it's different. I think I want to make it clear that I'm trying not to pick favorites. It's refreshing when you get so used to something and you're learning something else. In my opinion, it's a win from a discovery standpoint. It's so refreshing to see that you can actually even group together verbs. I swear it is so difficult to group together. Like, I speak English. I know I speak English, right? I think I know a lot of English, but when I say something like, okay, attack, right? What kind of group of verbs is attack? Like, how do you group other verbs that share similarity with attack? Let's think about that for a moment. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you have new verbs. You can probably name a couple new verbs, a couple su verbs, right? A couple mu verbs like nomu, 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 erabu, erabu, tobu, right? You got a bunch of boo verbs, but in English, I'm like attack. What groups with attack? I don't know. Oh, I guess you could group it based on S's. So you could say like attack and attacks. So any like verb that adds an S to the end, you could group them by that. And you can probably group it by attacked, like ED. So any verbs that use ED at the end. Is that all of them? I don't like is it even a group if you're using grouping that applies to all your verbs? I don't even know. It would sure be a lot less fun if we all learned and spoke Esperanto only. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, when I and then what else you say? Suru, yeah, suru, kudu, and I was like, that's it? Of course I feel Japanese does have its own challenges like any language. Yeah, like kanji. Then, you know, the challenges are elsewhere, right? The challenges are elsewhere. I do have to admit, though, this is going to be the last sentiment for me for today. Much like what I do most of the time. Like, playing Neverwinter is all great and all. It's like really chill. Like, I've been standing here really actually not doing much. I like playing these games because it provides a foundation of a lack of challenge, right? A lack of challenge is great to use to ruminate about the challenges. And I would have to admit, unpopular opinion, my favorite parts about each language is the parts that I don't stop learning. In English, I don't stop learning vocabulary. And I don't stop learning diction, right? Because English's diction changes so rapidly. Meanwhile, for Japanese, it's kanji. Hands down, it's kanji. WaniKani reminded me of how much I prefer to just keep doing it the whole time. Because the discoveries do not end. Or foreseeably not end for the future. And then for Spanish, it's the conjugation system. Like in Spanish, when I was like Spanish class and stuff, my favorite, like the part that I look forward to every day when I'm like pumped and getting ready to learn stuff, it's the conjugation system. So it's most of the verbs. It's usually learning verbs. So maybe an unpopular opinion, but this is coming from, I guess, from someone who enjoys that aspect of things. When you're doing something very, very consistent, it's very comforting. However, it's not intellectually engaging. So when it's not intellectually engaging, there's a time, place for that. I meditate when I play Neverwinter, right? I am hardwired and high functioning when I try to learn kanji or trying to understand why someone does something, right? When I'm having a conversation with someone, I try to turn everything up to 100 because when you have a conversation with someone, it's easily one of the most dynamic tasks you have to do, right? I know we're talking about languages here, and maybe playing some video games and live service. But what about playing a video game, explaining what you're doing in a video game constantly? That's a very dynamic process, right? People come in, come out. You have to learn how to explain things and whatnot. That makes something that seemingly is very comforting and mundane, perhaps, into something dynamic. So yes, Duolingo would not be as exciting without constantly interacting with other language learners who either differ in opinion or constantly challenge me to defend something or reason something. And then, of course, you guys now, right this moment, I'm doing my intended purpose of streaming Neverwinter a lot of times. Ruminate about things. Ruminate because I'm not actually learning anything from playing the game anymore, but I am learning something as a result and consequence of the game. Well, in any case, once you refresh and improve your Spanish, you'll be one step closer to French. It's true. It's true. I told myself that I would stop at Spanish. However, I also said that I'm not clairvoyant, so I don't make things set in stone. So it can happen. I said this most of the time when someone asked me, and I know we just talked about your daughter having like external expectations. There's also external influences. My life challenged me to learn a lot about myself very, very early on, and I've refined that to a point where I think most of the things I enjoy when I do things is heavily influenced by the people around me. So if you consistently, if the people around me demonstrate how much they find their thing interesting, as in the more you share about what you think is interesting about something, I am more likely to adopt it. So I chose language learning because lots of people, or the games that I play, lots of people talk about Japanese a lot. So because of their enthusiasm for Japanese, that's why I picked up Japanese, right? Otherwise, I mean, I spent the first 36 years of my life being exposed to Japanese without an incentive to learn Japanese, right? So I'm not gonna rule out the idea that I might end up picking up French. And in fact, I can probably talk to our French family friend as well if I did learn some French. You will once that in terms of written comprehension, I see. I feel like Spanish and Italian are like 50% intelligible to you. I agree with that to a great extent. Largely because in Neverwinter, I'll make it about Neverwinter here. I mean, Neverwinter, there's a population of people who, this is an international server, but it's largely a European dominant population around like specific times. Like it's midnight now, so it's rolling on to midnight. So in that region, so everyone's off now. But you'll see Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese hanging around. Like there's no distinction between the like English only filter. You type in whatever language you use, and oftentimes when someone says like something in Italian and they're like complaining or trying to tell me to do something, because Spanish is just enough, like my loose Spanish, my unpracticed Spanish is just enough. I'm like, okay, this person is clearly talking about that thing, and this thing sounds like they want me to stand over there. So I can kind of feel, I totally agree with the overlap between Spanish and Italian. Now Portuguese is to some extent as well, and Romance languages, maybe. French, there are a few French people, maybe less so French here. Usually Italian, you find Polish people every once in a while, and then German. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, guys. I believe Spanish and Italian are the two closest Romance languages in terms of common vocabulary. Oh. I can see that. Largely because, you know, if you think about Italian and French interactions. I'm kidding. I'm making a stereotype, you know. I can see a Spanish person and an Italian person hanging out, but then when I think about a French and an Italian person hanging out in the same place, I'm thinking not as close as Spanish and Italian. joke. I'm kidding, but I'm talking about like cultural stereotypes now. Cultural stereotypes. It, you know, so since you shared that you're French, like French-abled, if you know what I mean, imagine a dinner table with the difference between a dinner table where it's occupied by a Spanish person and an Italian person next to each other, and a French person and an Italian person next to each other. I think French and Spanish, all right, but man, Italian and French, it's kind of funny. And hear me out here. This is it's a gag sort of. I watch couples. I watch a lot of couples that are either like a mix of French and possibly Asian, like French Asian or Italian American or like French American, and oftentimes they would poke fun at each other. So the Italian and French tend to poke fun at each other all the time, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cute. It's kind of like a fun rivalry. I can see that, but then there's also northern and southern France, which are somewhat different. I see. French stereotype usually equals, oh, Parisian. Yes, Parisian. Yes, that's the stereotype that is often being compared to. And then Italy is the same way. You know, you still have northern Italy and southern Italy, and it's largely the Venetian, the northern Italy, northern Italians, and the Parisian French those are the stereotypes that are being compared to each other. And then they're like funny cultural rivalries of fanciness. You know, around like Venice. I don't even know if that's northern or not, but usually like the cities that you typically equate to like the fanciness or quality, but it's more in a funny way, because the people that are making the commentary, they're not from that region. They're actually a lot of the Italians that I see are southern. They're like South Italian, but they use like the northern Italian stereotypes to poke fun at the joke of the Parisian French area, as opposed to the more restraint outside of that region kind of thing. Kind of like Chinese. Well, actually not really like Chinese, I don't know. But like the stereotype of Japan, right? Like the workaholic Kanto region, like the city slicker Japan versus the countryside Japan, right? You don't hear a lot about countryside or Okinawan, like really relaxed, like, you know, peaceful, low complication lifestyle. You hear about the high octane, super strict decorum work ethic of the Kanto or the metropolitan area Japanese. And then Americans, we're not going to talk about Americans. There are a lot of American stereotypes, and some of them may not be appropriate. Northern France and Belgium, I see. Beer and potato. Southern France, wine and tomato. Yes, exactly. Yes. So that's considered southern France. Okay. Yeah, wine and tomatoes. What was the Italian thing? Oh, I'm gonna get some fire for this. But the fun stereotype is all the good stuff is in northern Italian. So when you have like proper pizza, proper, people who make the regulations, northern. But Italy is an incredibly non-unified place. In fact, that's one of the characteristics that it shares with quite a lot of China, actually, where like it's not like a singular governing body. It's not like Japan where there's like a really strong adherence, even though there might be some like cultural separation. There's not like there's an overarching thing. But Italy is quite disorganized, like all around. I'm not sure what France is like though, now that I think about it. Anyways, more about that next time. I gotta do some homework and we're wrapping it up. Good discussion though. People who play Neverwinter talk about this stuff all the time in the public chats. I kid you not. They do this all the time. Back in the day, less so often now, but it's like a UN discussion all the time. That used to be like the thing. It's the target audience for Neverwinter, but yeah. You were in Naples, Naples in October. If you ever go, I advise you don't tell them proper pizza is fat. Exactly. That's the running joke, if you know what I mean. Like all the edgy stuff, but whenever it comes as whenever you ask someone like not from northern Italy, it's like no, the good stuff is not there. Like it's down, it's down in the other areas. It's like, oh well, this is that. I'm like, yeah, I understand. You come to the United States, right? And then you like hop into New York. Just one little tidbit, like you go to the Northeast and you're like, oh yeah, this is really good fried chicken. It's like no, you gotta go to the South. He's like, there are plenty of parallelisms between like South and North divides and West and East divides of large countries, especially when even if they're attempt to organize it just doesn't happen. Oh, and don't ever go around in the United States naming another place's pizza is better than another place's pizza in the United States, because you're probably gonna get a lot of stink eyes. Like if you go to New York and you say Chicago deep dish is the best pizza, you're gonna get slapped. I'm kidding, obviously, figuratively. In Belgium, it's the fries, which are iconically called French fries, but we like to insist we invented them. And yeah, the Belgian fries, yeah. I'm aware of the whole Belgium and French fries. But dude, pizza though, that's a little scary topic. All right, more about that next time. Thank you guys for hanging out. Again, I love these discussions. Now I'm gonna go off and do review for another 8 hours or so. I got a lot to write and catch up. I'll catch you guys on the next one. I have so many questions now. The whole Belgium thing. I might do a little reading about Belgium and then confer with you about Belgium. Yeah, ciao. Hasta luego. How do you say au revoir? Oh my gosh, I don't want to. Scared of French. Yeah, so until next time, everyone. It's business as usual for Neverwinter. It's an average day. Week 9, our average is week 10. So solid 5 gives us an opportunity to communicate. Give us to talk about language learning or whatever. Shoot the banter a little. It's like having a good cup of joe, but it's the normal cup of joe, and then share banter, right? Until next time, matane, right? Matane. 加ne. 再见, right? 再见. 下次见. And take care. See you later. Bye bye.